absolutely one of them.
Boom. Hang on. There we go. Right. Hello, hello, hello. Hope everyone is well. Anna, shout out to you. I saw Anna's super chat. I don't know why that was muted, to be honest. I haven't changed any settings, but anyway, here we go. So, yes, for those that have been at work, for those that have been at school, for those that have been asleep, for those that just don't know the news, Vince McMahon has stepped aside temporarily from that CEO position. And the CEO position is top of the tree, king of the castle, like absolute tribal chief, right? It is the guy at the very, very top. So Vince has stepped away from that position temporarily, and the temporarily is really, really important because I personally fully expect him to go back into that role, and I'm sure many of you do as well. I did say on stream the other day that I didn't expect this to be like the downfall of Vince. I'd be very shocked if this was the downfall of Vince. I absolutely 100% still stand by that. Like, nothing has changed in that regard. This is big news, and it's interesting news, and there's loads to talk about. Loads to talk about. But I don't think this is the beginning of the end. I don't think this is... If anyone's... I have seen so much stuff on Twitter that I know many of you are going to be kind of the same place I am. For me, this feels like just something they're doing temporarily whilst this investigation is going on. And then as soon as that's done, things will go back to the way they were. Like, that's how it feels to me. And it feels to me that they're bringing Steph in because she's a McMahon. She can just sit in that role. She's not going to rock the boat. She's going to answer to her dad. Even though Vince isn't the CEO, he's still the CEO. He's still the CEO. What do you think that Steph is going to do? How much rocking of the boat do you think Steph is actually gonna do? So that's the reason why she's been chosen. Maybe if they were to go with, maybe a Nick Khan or something, maybe Vince is feeling that he might be a little bit... maybe some of his authority might have gone if Nick Khan was in control. You see, if Nick Khan's in control, there could actually be a discussion that's had on certain creative things. Like, if Nick Khan doesn't feel like something is the way forwards, then he could turn around and go, Vince, listen, I know that you're still the guy around here. I know that I'm only temporarily in charge, but I really do feel like this is not the direction we should be going in, and he might put up a bit more of a barrier than what Steph will. Steph won't put up a barrier. Steph is just going to very much like, oh yes, dad, no, dad, 3 bags full, dad. So that's why Steph's coming into the role. Like, she is just going to be very passive. I think as well as that, there does seem to be a bit of renewed optimism backstage. If you actually watch the Fightful live stream that they did earlier, they were saying that they've spoken to quite a lot of WWE superstars, and there just seems to be a different energy about the idea that they're now working for Steph. Again, it's only temporary, right? But we don't know how long. Like, we don't know how long temporary is. We don't know, like, how long it's going to last for. But it does feel like it is just temporary. And there does seem to be a bit of optimism backstage. This is such a big story, but yet not a big story at the same time. Like, I feel like it is a big story, and there's loads to talk about. But when you actually get to the core of it, nothing's changing. Vince McMahon is still in control of creative. He's still going to be the guy that oversees all the major decisions. Stephanie is not going to be rocking the boat. Like, I've seen people on Twitter going, oh my god, what if Steph goes and gets The Fiend? Oh my god, what if Steph goes and gets Sasha Banks back? Oh my god, what if Steph does, takes the title off Roman or whatever it might be? Like, Steph ain't doing nothing without Vince McMahon say so. Like, Vince is still the guy behind the scenes, and I think that has to get emphasized as well. So, there's so much for us to talk about, and there's so much for us to go through, because we can really break this down and kind of go through, how did we get here? What does it mean? What are the repercussions? Like, what's Vince's segment going to be about? Because Vince is on SmackDown tonight, and we haven't even spoke about that yet, because apparently he's going to be in character which just blows my mind. But as I put out on Twitter, I've got some theories as to why they're doing that. And one of them is to do with him controlling the narrative. And what that means is basically he likes to be in control of what is being said about him. So, he is very good at manipulating the media. He is very good at getting the stories out and controlling how he is perceived by, controlling the stories that come out. I've seen people saying maybe the news of Sasha being released was leaked. I mean, that still hasn't been confirmed, but maybe that Raj Wrestling Inc. guy had that information leaked to him so that everyone was talking about that, and so that when this story hit, like, do you know what I mean? There's people talking about Sasha, there's people talking about Vince. It's not like nothing was going on and, oh my god, here's this Vince story. So, there could be some truth in that someone, like, high up leaked that story so that at least there was another conversation going on around WWE. One of the things I thought was, what if he is going on SmackDown tonight because he wants something to happen, which means right now, if you Google Vince McMahon, what comes back are the affairs, what comes back is the hush money, what comes back is the Wall Street Journal, like what comes back are all of these things. Vince going on to SmackDown tonight means that he can control that narrative, and he can then do whatever he's going to do tonight, and whatever happens tonight will be the first thing you see when you Google his name. When you Google his name, like, let's say, I don't know, for example, John Cena comes out tonight and AA's Vince McMahon, right? It ain't going to happen, but if it was something on that level, then when you Google Vince McMahon, that would be the first thing that would come back. It wouldn't be Wall Street Journal. It wouldn't be hush money. And if it is in there, it would be mixed in there with Vince McMahon being attacked by John Cena, right? And this is what I mean by him controlling the narrative. He's got a good history of doing this as well, whereby when there's a bad story, he can very much get a good story out there, or he can do something to get the conversation to move on. Right now, there's a lot of focus on Vince McMahon. It's not really the biggest surprise that he is now going on TV to take back control of that narrative. And I really don't know what's going to be in that segment. I really don't know what's going to be in that segment. I feel like there could be something in there. I think there could be something in there. Not like John Cena punches him in the face, or gives him an AA, but just something that then means when you Google him, the Wall Street Journal isn't the first thing you see. It's something else that then comes up. And then, of course, the Wall Street Journal, the hush money, the affairs, all of that is mixed in if you dig a little bit deeper. Sometimes stories don't feel as big if you have to search for them. Like, if the story is page 1, in your face, everyone is talking about it, big story. If it's page 4, and a few people are talking about, or, a fair few people are talking about, but they're talking about other things as well, doesn't feel as big of a story. So if Vince can find a way of getting people to talk about other things, and that does bring us on to Riddle, who has got a championship match tonight, but if Vince can find a way of getting people to talk about other things, if Vince can find a way of when you search Google, it doesn't just bring up just Wall Street Journal, hush money, affairs, alleged affairs, all that stuff. If he can find a way of muddying those waters, he will. And that's why I think tonight's segment is going to be very, very interesting, because it could just be him backstage video saying, recent allegations have come to light, and as a result, I'm stepping down as CEO. I'd like to introduce the new temporary CEO, my daughter, Stephanie McMahon. It could just be that, right? It could just be that. But I wouldn't be surprised if it was more. That's my point. I wouldn't be surprised, because we're hearing he's in character tonight. He's Mr. McMahon tonight. And there's a lot of people saying, don't think that's a good idea. Don't think it's a good idea. Whereas I'm looking at it more like, if he's doing that to try and get the conversation to move on from where it is right now, it does make sense. If I'm Vince McMahon, I can see the logic as to why I would do that. I can see the logic why I would go on, why I would try and take back control of what people are saying. That does make sense. Wrestling Jeebus, hello my friend, hope you are well. Ready for another quiet and uneventful Smackdown, lol. In all seriousness, keep up the wonderful work, my friend. Wrestling Jeebus, such a positive... If you're not following Wrestling Jeebus on Twitter, then, you know, have a word with yourself, because such a positive... You know me, guys, I'm all about the positivity. I'm all about that positivity. So, yeah, make sure that you're following Wrestling Jeebus, such a positive force on Twitter, and someone that I do enjoy communicating with whenever I get chance. So, Wrestling Jeebus, shout out to you, my friend. Really appreciate the support. It's great that you have stopped by to share your thoughts. Fire them in the chat. I mean, I encourage all of you. There's no rights and wrongs, really, here. I mean, if you think that Vince is, you know, an awful human being that should be out of WWE, that should be out of creative, out of the CEO position, put it in the chat. Put it in the chat. I mean, I think that this conversation is very interesting and very open to all opinions. I think I've seen those opinions. I've seen loads of people saying that Vince is a disgrace. He should go. He should have gone a long time ago. All this kind of stuff. I've also seen people saying this ain't that big of a deal. Like, if he and Linda, and I don't really want to be getting into that side of things, because, you know, that's personal, innit? You know, I mean, we like to have a laugh and a joke about things at times, but if he and Linda are in, like, going through a bad patch and everything, like, it's pretty moody. So, like, if he and Linda have, like, separated, I don't know when that happened, but the rumors are it happened a long, long time ago, and I don't know if it was over this. I don't know if it was over other affairs. I don't know if it had nothing to do with this and, like, the spark in the marriage just went. I have no idea. But what I've read is that apparently sources are saying that their relationship ended, or, you know, they haven't been together for a long, long time. Now, if that long, long time is before he got into this affair with this woman, like, I don't know how bad is it. If this was consensual... Like, if this woman wanted to be in a relationship with Vince, don't know, you know, he's pretty buff, and it was consensual, then I kind of feel like, well, is it the biggest problem in the world? I mean, I know that you can't be doing that in a company, like actually getting into relationships with employees, and certainly if you're the CEO, is a massive no-no. It's a big, big no-no. But is it the kind of no-no that you would lose your job over? Like, do you know what I mean? In the grand scheme of things. And we spoke the other day about, like, all the stuff that Vince McMahon has been accused of. This feels like pretty low down the totem pole. Do you know what I mean? If other things come out, like, if it turns out that she didn't want to be in a relationship and she felt like she was being used and it was all like seedy and just, you know, there's rumors of things, but I mean, it's hard to know where the truth is. It's really hard to know where the truth is on all of this. I mean, you know, there's NDAs and all of that in place. So I sort of feel like without knowing the full details, it's hard to know like how bad this is. But my first reaction is, I've seen much worse with Vince, much worse stuff alleged against WWE, much worse alleged against Vince McMahon, and I stand by what I said. I do not see this as being the downfall of Vince. We spoke about that the other day when these allegations came out. I was listening to the Wrestling Observer live stream as well. They sort of said the same. They sort of went through a timeline of how we got here, and they sort of said the same. They said, like, can't see this being the downfall of Vince. He's been through much worse. He always finds a way of, like, getting out of these situations. And his legal team is insane. I mean, his legal team are basically the Avengers. So, do you know what I mean? They're going to get him out of anything and everything. Like, I'm pretty sure they've got all of those spooky stones. I mean, I've never seen the films. I don't know what they are. But I know you've got to collect things like Pokemon. I don't know. But, yeah, they're pretty immense team that he's got. So, I'm pretty sure that he could go burgle all the houses in the neighborhood and he'd still get off scot-free. He probably has, by the way. Canif said, who do you think will win in Roman Riddle, and do you think there'll be any interference? Well, it does bring us to that, because this news does affect pretty much everything. And one of the things is, could they pull the trigger on Riddle becoming the champion tonight? Because we know that Randy is potentially out of the picture. If Randy is out of the picture, then who is his next opponent? What does Roman do next? You could always start the Drew feud early, I suppose, or you could find someone temporarily to replace Randy, because the rumors were it was going to be Riddle, Randy, and then it was going to be Drew. Well, if Randy is out, and that is true, then what do we do next? And also, I do agree, would be pretty useful for when you search WWE to see the news about a new champion rather than the news about Vince. Like, time-wise, you would say this is a real good time to change the champ. It is a real good time to change the champ. I don't think they'll do it because I don't think Riddle is quite that level. I don't think Riddle is the guy. I don't think Riddle is the one. It doesn't feel to me like Riddle's got support, but it doesn't feel to me like he's crazy over to the extent that you would want your one and only world champion to be. He doesn't feel quite that level yet. And also, I think to do it on SmackDown, you know, you'd probably want it to be a pay-per-view. But again, timing-wise, today is the perfect day. And who is going to make the decision as to whether that title will change or not? It's going to be Vince. It's going to be Vince. Vince right now, who's got the world looking at him, is the one right now that's going to sit there and decide whether Roman keeps his title tonight or not. Now, I think he will. I would say that the chances of Riddle winning have greatly increased over today. But I still think Roman's the favorite. I still think Roman wins. I think that there's lots of things that Vince can do to get the conversation away from the Wall Street Journal and everything. One of those things is by appearing on the show himself and doing whatever he's going to be doing on the show tonight. And maybe that's his thought process. Maybe his thought process is, I'll go on the show, we'll do something, and that will get people to look away from, or at least it will muddy the waters, and not everyone will be so focused on the Wall Street Journal, the hush money, blah, 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 the affair, blah, 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 right? So I think that's why Vince is on. If he does that and it works, then, you know, I mean, like, there's no reason why Roman would need to drop the title. I mean, I don't want to see Roman drop the title, to be honest. I like the idea that we're still building towards a 1,000-day reign. I think we're at 600 and something now. I mean, we're every day that goes by, we're getting there. It's, you know what I mean? It's playing out in the background. You don't even notice it that much, to be honest. So every day that goes by is another one to this absolutely legendary title reign, and it is. I mean, when we look back on Roman's, you know, run, that we will look back at the title reign, this title reign, I think, as being the pinnacle. I think this is the absolute biggest thing he'll ever be a part of, is this title reign. I think this title reign anchors everything. The Shield introduces him, and then, like, you know, he goes through a few years where he feuds with Brock, feuds with Undertaker as a babyface, but the crowd don't quite take to him 100%, split reactions. It's the heel turn and this run that I think will be his legacy, if you will. And I don't think Vince will end that tonight. I think it's too important. I think this title reign is too important, even with the bad storm that Vince is going through right now. I think this title reign has to continue. But we'll see. We'll see. I mean, as we say, the person that's going to make that decision is going to be Vince McMahon. Right, I'm talking so much, I'm not even getting to some of these super chats. Let me see, let me go to this one. Vape Ross Vape said, Vince comes with a new wrestler, Paralegal NDA. Paralegal, that's quite a good name, actually. That is a very Vince McMahon name, isn't it? Paralegal. I can see that. In my mind, he looks like IRS. Right, I need to go back, actually, in the stream, because the chat only lets you go back so many messages. And, unfortunately, I have absolutely maxed it out. So, what I need to do is just go back and see if I can find any old super chats, because I don't want to miss any. So, if I have missed yours, apologies. I'm doing some pretty extreme work to hunt them out, track them down. Here's a couple. Okay, Elliot says, I'm having to read it off my phone. Elliot says, more interesting fact is Steph clearly knew this was coming to resign. It suggests that Vince knew and thought they'd keep it quiet, and it's caught them out. I don't know if it's caught them out, to be honest. I don't know that it's caught them out. There's every chance that Steph resigned from her position. There's every chance that she resigned from her position because the plan was that if and when she was needed, she could go into the CEO role. So she's come out of the company. They have then had a little bit of time to get what she did, which I don't know what it was, to be honest. I don't know what she did. Open a few supermarkets or something. I haven't got a clue. Shake a few hands. I don't know. But whatever it was that she was doing, those responsibilities have already been picked up by other departments. So they've taken her out of the equation, sorted it out. So she's just now completely free. So if I'm Vince, if I need to because he's gonna have to step away to whilst this investigation is happening, and we don't know what the findings of this investigation are going to be, so he's going to need to answer questions. He's going to be distracted. He's going to need meetings with his legal team. He's going to go through a period now where he is going to have to focus on this investigation. So it does make sense for him to not be have the title of CEO. All the decisions are still going to go through. I'm sure any low-level decisions he'll just let Steph make, but any major decisions and all creative will still go through Vince McMahon. So I don't know that they got caught out. You can look at it that way. I feel like it was probably was known, and now that we're starting to see the full picture, it's probably more that he took her out of the equation so that her responsibilities could be picked up by other people. The machine deals with that. Other people get their, job roles, sorted, everything's sorted. Whatever it was that Steph did, other people pick up the slack. And then whenever, and maybe he didn't know when this was going to be needed, but whenever they were going to need to do this, she's right there. She's free. She ain't doing anything. She's waiting. She's in the wings, ready to step in, and they pulled the trigger today. So there's a few different ways that you can look at it. I feel like listening to the timeline from Wrestling Observer, it seems like they will have known about this for a while. So Steph coming out, I think, would have been part of the plan. Jason said, I look forward to Vince announcing the tournament to find out who faces Steph for the interim championship, the interim CEO position. Absolutely. That'd be a fun way of doing it. Having them fight it out like a brawl for all. Gordon said Vince to defeat Roman tonight instead of Riddle. Do you reckon he'll announce that? So the big announcement is that he's going to replace Riddle, and he becomes the new champ. And then that way, when you go on Google or when you search Vince, first thing that comes up is that Vince has won the WWE title. Makes sense. Makes sense. Hayden said, hello, Days. How are you doing? I'm doing good, buds. I mean, other than having to read super chats on my phone, I'm doing well. I think we might have caught them up now. Have we caught them up, or was the one at the start? Did I read the one at the start? Let's have a look. Oh, I read that. That was Anna. Right, yes. So, that's where we are with Vince. Him being on the show. Him being on the show in character. The fact that it could impact the WWE championship. There's obviously rumors going around about John Laurinaitis, and John Laurinaitis might end up taking the fall for this, but nothing's confirmed on that front yet. There's also nothing confirmed about Sasha and about her being released. And as we said, maybe just the rumor of her being released was put out there. To, again, like, you know, muddy the waters a little bit. Again, a lot of this I really do think is to do with if you search WWE, and there's lots of stories there. You know, if everyone is talking about the exact same thing, it feels like a big story. If it's, as I said before, on the front page, everyone's talking about it, the story can quickly get blown out of proportion. The way that WWE are able to sweep things under the rug, the way that Vince has been able to weather previous storms, is by making sure that stories don't feel as big as maybe what they are. You know, trying to downplay stories really where he can, muddy the waters, get other stories out there, make that story just part of a lot of different stories that are happening at the moment, so that when you search and when you look, or when you see people talking about WWE, it's not everyone talking about the exact same thing. Instead, people are having like different conversations. I wonder if Vince makes some sort of an announcement tonight. I wonder if there's some sort of an announcement that kind of catches us a little bit off guard. It might be nothing more than, you know, I like, you know, due to recent activities, incident, whatever, alleged allegations, I am actually going to be stepping down as CEO. My replacement on a temporary basis is going to be my daughter Stephanie McMahon, and who I know is eager to bring change, and is going to be, you're going to see a different, more vibrant WWE product. Maybe that little extra line could get thrown in. And then, do you know what I mean? Like, everyone then would start, I mean, really, behind the scenes, nothing changes. But he could just throw a little something out there, like talking about how we could be seeing a different product, a more vibrant product, a product more in line with current fan expectations or something. Because that would get everyone talking. If people thought there was going to be changes to the creative, or, that would get everyone talking. And all of a sudden then the Vince Wall Street Journal thing feels a little bit, do you know what I mean? Lower down the pecking order. So I don't know, I feel like he could have something like that up his sleeve. I really do. I really think he could have something like that. It reminds me a lot of, like, do you remember when the McMahons came out and they said, "We hear you, we're not doing a good enough job, we're going to change." And they spoke about how they were going to change, and everyone got really excited about how the shows were going to change, and then there wasn't really any change. But, we've been down this road before. This would not be the first time that he would have, he's done something like this before. So it wouldn't be the first time. But, yeah, I'm really fixated on this idea that he's trying to find a way of muddying the waters. It's the only reason, I think, why he would come on, to be honest. It's the only reason why he would come on. Because if it was just like an announcement to say that Steph's taken over, you would just put that in a statement, wouldn't you? You'd put it in a statement. There's no need for him to be on screen. There's no need for him to be in a segment actually on the show. Even if it is video recorded, there's no need. There's no need for that. Like, instead, you could easily just put it in a statement. Which Steph, there was a statement. There was an email that went around everywhere. Steph put her own message out as well on Twitter. We all know the situation. Like, I can't imagine there's going to be that many people that don't know. And honestly, if they don't know, you might want to make it so that they still don't know. I mean, if there are people out there that don't know about what Vince is alleged to have done, then you'd think Vince would want to keep it that way. Like, so him coming on the show, there's got to be a reason for it. It really bugs me. I want to know. I can't wait. I need to know why. I need to know, like, what he's going to say and what he's going to do. Is he making an announcement? Why is it in character? I feel like it's to muddy the waters. I really, really do. That's kind of where my head's at. Right, hang on. Let me see. Is there another? Yes. Eric Defcon Prime Dirigi said, over under 70% Max Caster raps about Vince this week. I say over 70%. I've seen the rap. I've seen it. The video clips on Twitter. He talks about it, but he doesn't talk about it. So, I mean, I don't know. Do you want me to say what it is? How about I say what it is, and for those that don't want to know what Max Caster says in his rap, and you just want it as a surprise, then you can just, turn away for a moment. If you do want to know, then I'll say it, and then you'll know. But so if you don't want to know, turn off now. Come back in about 30 seconds, right? Or mute it now and then come back in about 30 seconds. It's not that big a deal. It's just, I don't want to ruin it if people want to watch Rampage and enjoy it for what it is. But Rampage was filmed after Dynamite, and so we know what was said. Basically, Max Caster comes out, and there's only one little line in there, in all fairness. I can't remember exactly what the line is, but there's no mention of Vince himself. But he does talk about getting someone to sign an NDA. So that was it. That was the line, basically. He said, that he would get you to sign an NDA. And obviously that's what this woman has been made to sign. Everyone in the building knew exactly what it was in reference to, and there was a kind of reaction when he said it. So I must admit, I mean, because it's like a legal thing, and it's all a little bit up in the air as to do you talk about it? Do you not talk about it? I think he probably went as far as he was willing to go. Do you know what I mean? I think if he was to mention Vince, then he might open himself up to libel and things like that. So, just mentioning an NDA, nothing wrong with that, is there? So yeah, he went that far. Trini said Sasha debunked the release rumors and agree with you on Vince. Sasha debunked the release rumors. Oh, I didn't see that. I did see that Sasha had apparently sent a tweet out, but I went to Sasha's Twitter and I couldn't see a message that was actually on there. So I don't know where the debunking has come from. So that one is news to me, to be honest. I haven't seen as to where she's actually communicated that. I don't know, maybe she's done it on Instagram? Could she have done it on Instagram? Let's have a look. Let's go to Sasha Banks's Instagram. Life. Is it Life, maybe? Nope. Can't see anything new actually on her Instagram. I must admit though, I'm not very good when it comes to Instagram. Unless it's flipping right there in my face and super obvious. I'm not very good at scrolling around it, and there's so many different areas. You've got all these little circles at the top. You've got the main feeds. You've got the profile picture. I don't know, there's things here called Truth. Something here called Free Me. There's videos. Do you know what I mean? Jeez, make it a bit easier. So, yeah, I don't know. I can't see anything on there. But I have heard that she has put a little message out. So that's interesting if she has debunked those rumors. I didn't feel good enough to do a video on the Raj, in all fairness, Raj, the guy that is running Wrestling Inc., he seems like a really good stand-up guy. His tweets are always really good, respectful. He always comes across as someone that I think is a journalist. I think he does have sources, and Sean Ross Sapp even said he does have good sources. He said that he was communicating with Raj to try and get to the bottom of, where the story had come from and how legit it was. Fightful couldn't confirm it, but Raj actually said that he would stake his reputation on it. That's how much he felt on it. He said, someone said, how sure are you? And he said, I'm very sure. He said that if it turns out to not be true, then he will give up doing breaking news. So like, it felt like it was pretty good, in all fairness. It felt like he was being honest. I genuinely believe that Raj guy was told that. I don't think that Raj guy was making it up. I genuinely believe he was told that. So, if nothing else, I believe him, right? Whether it has turned out to be true or not, good information or not, that obviously remains to be seen. But if we're now saying that Sasha has come out and said that she hasn't been released, then it would suggest that that was probably bad information. I do feel a little bit sorry for him, to be honest, if it does turn out to be that way. I have said before, though, unless it's coming from, like, Sean Ross Sapp, maybe even a Dave Meltzer, who I think has had good stories in the past as well. Wrestle votes tend to have some good information as well. So if it was from one of them, then I would probably have run with a video on it and got it out there. But because it wasn't, I didn't feel comfortable enough. I don't want to sit here, right, and say to you guys, like, Dave Meltzer, Sean Ross Sapp, like, those are the guys, like, to listen to. That's where 90-odd% of the news comes from. And then a bit of news comes from somewhere different, and then I put a video out about it. Like, I didn't want to do that. Like, if I'm going to put something out there, then I just even for myself, I want to know that it's coming from a really good source. I want to know that, you know, this can be trusted. I don't want to put something out there for the sake of putting it out there. So, yeah, I'm quite pleased now that obviously I didn't. Because I did think about it, but I thought, no, it's not Sean, it's not Dave, it's not WrestleVotes. I do believe this Raj guy is telling his truth. It's just, is it the truth? So it remains to be seen. Paranormal Presence says, Stone Cold comes out, calls Vince dirty, and stuns him. I don't know, man. I don't think we're going to see Stone Cold or anything along those lines. I think, I can't get my head around what that segment's going to be with Vince. I keep going round in circles on it, and I do want to move away from it because there's so much to talk about. But I do think that there will be something. I do think that there'll be something that gets you talking about something else. After SmackDown tonight, I think the job of SmackDown tonight and the job that Vince has got on his hands tonight is to get you to talk about something else. If after the show tonight, the big topic of conversation remains the allegations, Vince stepping aside, all of that, then could you argue that SmackDown has failed tonight to change the conversation? Because he's got 2 hours of primetime TV. He's got a whole locker room of superstars. He's got legends on speed dial. He's got so much at his disposal. There's plenty that he can do to change the conversation. And the conversation, if you're Vince McMahon, needs to change. So it is going to be super interesting. Anna says, the first email was received 2 months before Steph stepping away, making sure that she was out of the line of fire of the mess that was coming out. Also, R.I.P. Dave Hebner. Oh, has Dave passed away? I haven't seen that. News today has been full on Vince. So, yeah, that's a shame. He wasn't doing well, Dave Hebner. So, yeah, that's awful news. Right. Canif said, would you rate the Bloodline as overrated, underrated, or perfectly rated? To be honest, I always find those kinds of questions quite difficult, because overrated, underrated, perfectly rated, how rated are people? Do you know what I mean? Like, it's not easy to know. I don't know quite how you're benchmarking it. I mean, it's easier to answer, are the Bloodline good, bad, or average, because that's just my perspective on it. But how the wrestling world perceives them, how they're rated, I think is a very difficult one to answer. I get that quite a bit, where people are like, oh, do you think Otis is overrated? It's like, I have no idea how people rate Otis. I have no idea. I don't know. People might love him and they might hate him. I really don't know. So are the Bloodline overrated, underrated, or normally rated? I can't answer that because I don't know how they're rated. All I can say is that I really like the Bloodline. I don't think they're the greatest faction ever. I think that they haven't actually fought together all that much. You know, it's not like we see them as a three-piece, a trio on a regular basis like Roman does his thing. Usos do their thing. Usos, of course, can get involved in Roman's matches, blah, 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 blah. But we don't actually see them as a trio all that much. For me, like, they're not the same as the New Day, when the New Day were firing on all cylinders, when it was Bootios and everything. They're not that level. They're certainly not Shield level, who I might put as the greatest faction ever. Super, super short run, but everything they did was so impactful. And just from the moment they arrived to the moment they split up to what they've all gone on to achieve individually, like, you just knew that the Shield were going to change the game. Like, when the Shield came in, you looked at the Shield and you looked at the fact that you had Seth, who you just thought was like, man, he's such a good, like, technical wrestler. He's a bit of a risk taker, quite exciting. Like, when he goes off on his own, he'll go on to do some stuff. A lot of people looked at Roman, thought Roman could go on to be a world champion, but I do think a lot of people, and myself included, looked at as Dean Ambrose as being the unofficial leader. I always thought Dean Ambrose was the unofficial leader of the Shield. He seemed to be the mouthpiece. He seemed to be the one that had the most charisma. Like, Roman seemed to be the powerhouse. Seth seemed to be like the risk taker, the technical wrestler, the guy that kind of really got in there and got the job done. And then, like, you know, Ambrose was just like a bit of a brawler who was a talker and seemed to be the, like, unofficial leader of the group. So I think that the Bloodline are great. I don't think that as a faction they are one of the best factions ever, because we haven't seen them together all that much. But just as a unit, as a presentation piece, I think they're great. I think they've been great. I think Heyman in them has been brilliant. Usos, I think, have actually become sort of like jobbers, though. That's a bit of a problem. They've won the titles, but man, you're just constantly seeing them lose matches. Like, just see them, like, you know, have singles matches and lose, or they're just like, they at times have to play that J&J security role. So, you know, if Roman's in a feud with someone, it ain't Roman that's going to get beaten up in the build-up. It's going to be the Usos. Usos are going to be chucked around and made to look a little bit weak, and I think that's a bit of a problem. It's a shame that there's not another... It's a shame we don't have J&J security. Because actually, imagine if the Usos were not the ones that were chucked around, and they weren't the ones that, like, people got one over on. You know, I mean, like, didn't the Usos, like, didn't they, like, lose to RK Bro, and then that set up the match for the tag titles, and Roman had to interfere? I mean, it looked like Usos were going to lose the titles if Roman hadn't interfered. And it's just little things like that as well that can make the Usos look a bit weak. And, you know, same with Roman at times. Looks like he was going to lose the title and Usos had to save him. And so it makes Roman look that little bit weak sometimes. I know they're heels. I know they're meant to cheat, all that kind of stuff. But I kind of think, like, at times you could have booked all of them. Just even that little bit stronger, believe it or not. I know they've held titles forever. But I think that part of their weakness has been part of the reason why I think they didn't quite hit the level they could. They're still damn close, though. I mean, they're still right up there, but I think there was another level for them to go. And it might even have been as simple as put J&J security with them. Put J&J security with them. J&J security are the ones that get chucked around. Usos remain and look like killers. Roman can still look like a killer. And it's J&J security. They have to take all the bumps. You see it all the time. I mean, when Jinder was champion, he had the Singh brothers bumping around for him. Do you know what I mean? Like, people have to take those kind of bumps. And it's just been a lot of the Usos doing that. And I think that's been a little bit of an issue. So, for me, I think they're brilliant. I love the presentation. Love Roman's title reign. But I think there was probably even another level that they could have gone to if they'd have kept the Usos looking a bit stronger. Maybe kept Roman just a little stronger at times as well. But I don't think there's much that you can really be down on if you're a fan of Roman. I think it's pretty much, they could have got a lot of this wrong. They've got a lot more right than wrong with this Bloodline story. Nelson said, I'd rather have Stephanie be in charge than Nick. Yeah, we were talking about that right at the start. I wonder if it's a case that, because a lot of people thought Nick was there to kill the McMahons. Do you know what I mean? And he was there to, like, work his way up the ladder and, like, knock off Triple H, knock off Steph, knock off. That narrative, I think, was driven by social media. I don't think it was a narrative that's really reflected in real life. I think Nick Khan is very important, and he's got a very important position. But, I think that Steph, this, I think, goes against that, doesn't it? A lot of people would have expected Nick Khan to have been the one to take over, but instead it's Steph. And there's a reason for that, as we said at the very start. I think Nick Khan is someone that Vince trusts, absolutely. He's negotiated some fantastic deals for WWE. He's done loads of stuff. He works hard. Vince loves him. I think he absolutely trusts him. But there's nothing like family, is there? That blood thicker than water situation, Steph is going to just do whatever her dad wants. She's a daddy's girl. She's never going to turn on him. She's going to do what he wants her to do. She's the one that's going to have to sign off on stuff. And, who knows that with Nick in charge, even though it's only interim and it's only temporary, there might just be a little bit more pushback if Nick Khan was in charge. Nick Khan, he's someone that I don't think is going to be afraid to speak his mind. I think he's someone that, has got a good relationship with Vince. And to be honest, I think Vince just wants a frictionless transfer at the moment. He is only doing this so that he can go and focus on the investigation and he can focus on other things, knowing that someone is in charge that he has got full control over. And that's why Steph's there. So, he can pick up the phone to Steph, tell her what to do at any time of the day, and she'll do it. Whereas with Nick Khan, maybe it's not quite that same level. Do you know what I mean? It's probably damn close, but I can understand why he went with Steph over Nick Khan. Mason said, Sasha didn't debunk it at all. It's not on Twitter or on Instagram. Well, it's funny you should say that, because I have seen people saying that she has sent a message out. I don't know where that message is, right? I don't know where that message is, but I have seen people saying that she has sent a message out. So, I don't know. That'll have to get looked into a little bit further, that one. But, there's nothing on Twitter that she sent out, and I'll hold my hands up and saying I could easily be missing it on Instagram. Like, it's not on her main feed, and then you've got all those circles at the top, and then you've got, like, video, and I think sometimes you can click on the profile picture, and then that gives you other options. I've spent, like, next to no time on Instagram. It's not a platform that I use, so... Well, I have been on it, and I do have an account on there, but you can go on it and see how the last time that was updated. So, it's not some information that I can easily get my hands on. But apparently there is something out there. I've seen a few people talking about that today. What it says, though, I don't know. So, Mason, shout out to you. Harley said, I think it should be Roman against AJ at SummerSlam. Believe it or not, they actually haven't faced each other in any capacity for almost 6 years. Wouldn't mind Bobby either, though. Moldy said, I had a dream that Vince was against Roman and the whole locker room emptied to beat up Roman, and Vince pinned him, and that is how he lost the belts. How are you doing? Have we spoke about the tweets? We've just covered it all. We've covered everything in this whole... we've been chatting for... I knew we were going to have to start early because, we've done 50-odd minutes there on pretty much just Vince McMahon alone. Andrew said it's simple. Vince is making an appearance tonight to inform us that this debacle is a work and that we have been swerved. Sem said, this will be the first SmackDown that I've watched in years. I basically only watch Raw and AEW now. I'm watching it because of Vince and his hush money. Shield surely can't be bigger than NWO and D-Generation X, says Fortnite. Well, NWO was WCW. So, I don't know. I mean, I'm not saying Shield are the biggest in wrestling history, because I would even put the Four Horsemen above the Shield. But Four Horsemen, obviously, you know, going back to early WCW, Jim Crockett days. So, that's not WWF. NWO, I know they did feature in WWF briefly, but they're WCW, aren't they? So, yeah, to me, I'd say the Shield. I've got the Shield up there. Now, DX is interesting. DX is a massive faction. Obviously, you know, they ran for a long time. A lot of people will say DX as being the best faction, and can't really argue, to be honest. I would say the Shield. I prefer the Shield. The Shields I thought were cooler. I'm not crazy about the Attitude Era. Like, I don't hate it. Like, it's still a very vibrant, exciting time, but there was loads in it that I just thought was silly. And actually, if you look at a lot of the DX stuff now, some of it has not aged very well at all. Some of the kind of stuff they were doing, you know, is not aged. Let's just put it that way. I'm thinking like when they were taking the mick out of Nation of Domination, like hasn't aged well at all. And there's a few bits and bobs that they've done that have kind of not aged well, but they were very significant. They are absolutely in the conversation. They obviously, I mean, like you had the DX without Shawn, you had the DX when Shawn comes back and it's Hunter and Shawn. So, I mean, there's longevity there. There's different incarnations of DX. There's lots of fun stuff that DX did. But I think for me, I just much prefer the Shield. I think the Shield were cool. Everything they did remains cool. I think they didn't outstay their welcome as well. They kind of came in at the end of 2012, and they were done by mid-2014. They did go back to it, and some of those reunions are a bit... But, like, that first run is so good. They took on everyone and anyone. They won championships. They didn't win any of the big, like, world titles at that point, but obviously all of that would follow for them anyway. All of them would go on to win world titles after the Shield split. Even the Shield splitting is one of the greatest moments in WWE history. I put it right up there with, like, the Rockers splitting. I think the Rockers splitting with the Barbershop was fantastic, but I think the Shield splitting is sort of like the modern day equivalent. So yeah, I love the Shields. I do think it's a very, very interesting conversation. A very interesting conversation. I do think it's close, but I would have DX as... I'd probably have DX at 2. New Day, maybe at 3. It's hard. Without going, like, down through the history of factions in WWE, I feel like, yeah... I would Bloodline, probably top 10, but I reckon, you know... I think maybe even the Nation of Domination might be ahead of the Bloodline, you know. DX ahead of the Bloodline. Shield ahead of the Bloodline. New Day ahead of the Bloodline. Yeah, we could probably spend quite a bit of time going through different factions, in all fairness, which might be a fun conversation. 6-8 said, will Riddle win tonight? Will Riddle win tonight? I don't think so, but I tell you what we can do. We can put a little poll in the chat and we'll see what you lot think. And we'll just get an idea as to where you lot are in regards to if he will or if he won't. So we are approaching the final hour. It is worth mentioning as well that when we went live here, I believe Dave Meltzer went live on CNN. So Dave Meltzer, that's how big of a story this is. Dave Meltzer on CNN talking about this Vince McMahon thing. And actually, the Vince McMahon thing is on the homepage of the BBC website as well, which is one of the, if not the biggest corporations here in the UK. Obviously, a lot of TV, radio, lots of different things like dealt with by the BBC here in the UK, and their home internet page is probably my go-to when I go for like news. That's where I get like a lot of my world news from. I don't tend to go to like Sky News, or I just spoke about this before, like everyone goes to different places to get their news. A lot of people just get it from Twitter, Facebook, whatever. I tend to always go to the BBC website and just get it off there. And yeah, I noticed earlier that at the bottom in the kind of, I don't know if it was the entertainment section, but you scrolled down a little bit and there was a whole article on Vince McMahon stepping aside and everything. So this story has gone international because it's here being reported in the UK. I'm sure it's been reported in India. India, all over WWE. Some of the numbers coming out of India of like how many people watch. Why they don't go to India is beyond me. Why have they not gone to India? Apparently, like 80 million watched WrestleMania in India this year. So how they're not going to India? Not a clue. Who wins the WWE Undisputed Universal? I don't even know what it's called. I think it's something like that, isn't it? Championship. The WWE Universal Championship. And I know the word Undisputed's in there. Roman or Riddle? It's a battle of the R's. Roman or Riddle? Who wins the WWE Undisputed Universal Championship? Right, let's jump to this super chat. It is John. John, shout out to you, buds. John said, Days, AJ Roman won't fight because AJ hates Heyman because of the Good Brothers release. Did you see? Is that still true, though? I mean, I did hear that he blames Heyman for their release, but I don't know if that's still the case. I mean, it's been a few years now. I don't know if their paths have ever crossed, if they've ever smoothed things over or not. But I mean, it could be true. In all fairness, if Vince turned around and said, "I want you to face Roman," I don't know that AJ would turn that down. I don't know that he would turn that down just because Heyman would be at like ringside. AJ might say something like, "I'll do it, but I don't want Heyman to be involved." You know, that conversation might happen. It's an excellent point. It's an excellent point, because I do remember that being reported, but man, that's quite the memory that you've got, because I certainly had forgotten about that. It's a long time ago. Did you see that Linda and Vince are living in separate houses? I did, yeah. I've said, like to have a joke about things on the channel, but it's pretty serious stuff in it. I mean, for their relationship to be to the point where they're living separately, and it's moody in it. And certainly at, their ages as well. I mean, they're both in their 70s. So I genuinely feel sorry for, Linda. I mean, I feel like, I could be wrong, but I've never heard of her, having any affairs on Vince. But I've heard of multiple affairs that Vince is alleged to have had. And ones that he's even confessed to as well. So, I say alleged, I don't even need to say that. He's had affairs. He's confessed to them. We know about them. He's owned up to them. So, that's, something that's happened really throughout their time together. I mean, I think that is why this isn't that big of a surprise. The fact that he has been in a relationship with someone in WWE, it's just, it doesn't surprise me. Maybe it should. Maybe I've just become desensitized to it. Perhaps it's because we've been down this road before, but we just haven't been down this road in a while. But yeah, I think that's why I find it hard to believe this is what's going to bring down Vince. What it seems like the bigger problem isn't actually the affair. It's the fact that he paid the money from the company. Seems to be the problem. I don't even think WWE really cares about the affair. They do care about $3 million going missing though, being paid as hush money. They do care about that. But I heard that Jerry McDevitt came out, who is Vince's attorney, and apparently he came out and said that there's... what was it he said? He said something like there was no complaints about the affair. So the affair was consensual, and also that the money did not come from company money. So he's come out and there's been something said along those lines. I mean, like, this affair has been pretty much confirmed. So, you know, I don't even really need to say alleged on this affair. Like, it seems like Vince did have this affair and there has been hush money paid. The real question is it company money that was used? That's the real question. Was it company money that was used? Jerry McDevitt is saying no. He's saying it wasn't. The fact that he has come out and said that kind of makes me think that, and I said it at the time, I think that this will turn out to be above board one way or another, because I think that Vince will know that he got himself into a bad situation by being in this affair. I think he's probably done this a few times in the past as well, and I think that there's a way that he's dealt with it previously, and he's just done that again, and this time they're investigating it. But I'm sure that he will have made sure that whatever payments he made didn't come from somewhere in the company that's going to result in him losing his position of power. I mean, if this is what brings him down, like, it would just be so stupid. It would be such a stupid thing for him to get. Like, he survived the steroid trial when the government were after him. Do you know what I mean? Like, the government were after him and they were trying to bring him down and take him to jail. And, like, you know, it looked like he was going to spend time inside and everything. I mean, it was pretty extreme. It was very extreme, actually. Very extreme. That didn't bring him down, but him using money that he shouldn't have used from WWE brings him down. It'd be very weird. It'd be such a weird thing for him to get caught out on. I feel like he's smarter than that. I feel like he's been around the block, you know what I mean? Like, he's smarter than that. But listen, it's interesting. This whole thing is clearly not just blowing under the carpet, like, to the extent that I thought it would. I didn't even think we would get this far. But it is worth just being crystal clear. And I know we are sort of repeating ourselves at times, but there's people joining us that haven't been here since the start. This is a big deal on the one hand, and we've just spent an hour talking about it. But at the same time, nothing changes. So, do you know what I mean? Like, all the time we're talking about it, going, Steph's in charge, it's not Nick Khan, blah, 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 all this kind of stuff. Equally, nothing changes behind the scenes. I would still expect Vince to, you know, he's CEO in everything but name. And whatever he wants Steph to just sign off for him, she'll sign it off. So, as I said, I saw people saying, will this lead to Sasha coming back? I don't think it does. Because Vince is still in charge of creative, and Sasha isn't gonna, you know... It's hard to know the truth as to, do WWE want to get rid of Sasha? Does Sasha want to leave? Like, I don't even know what Sasha wants. I don't know what she wants. Well, she wants probably to come back and to have creative control. That's probably what she wants. She ain't going to get that. So, I don't know. I don't know what it would take for her to return. But, and I don't know what Vince wants from Sasha. Does he just want an apology? And you know, maybe he ain't gonna get that. I don't know. I don't know what Sasha wants, and I don't know what Vince wants. So it's very hard to know how you're gonna reach, like, a resolution there. How are you going to reach? Trying to resolve that is a nightmare. That's a nightmare. I don't think this changes that, to be honest. Because, as I said, Vince is still in charge of creative. So it means that Sasha won't get what she wants, which is the women's tag titles to feel more important. And, you know, she still walked out. Whether you think it was right or whether you think it was wrong, and we've obviously had that conversation in the past, she still walked out. She's still seen by Vince as being unprofessional. And so he's going to want something back for that, be it an apology or be it that she's suspended for a period of time or whatever. And I don't know. I feel like she's checked out. It feels to me like Sasha's done with WWE. It feels like she's done with them. Like she's had enough. She did this before. Do you remember she was burnt out a few years ago? I think it was 2019. She took an extended period of time off to try and, fall back in love with wrestling. And I think she did. And, she had some great moments when she came back, most notably main event in WrestleMania with Bianca Belair. So, she came back. She had some great moments. But I think that the more that she was out of the title picture, out of the spotlight, the more that what she was doing was not being invested in, like, on the level she would want it to be, the more she found herself slipping out of love with wrestling. I think she does love wrestling, but I think she loves the spotlight more. And maybe that's unfair. Maybe that's an unfair thing to say. But I think she does love wrestling. She's grown up watching wrestling and loving wrestling. But I think at this stage in her career, just wrestling is not enough. I think she loves being the center of attention, being the spotlight, being made to feel like a massive Roman Reigns type level star. So if she's not the champ, that's fine. I don't think she wants to be the champ all the time. She's fine. She understands that she's not always going to be the champion, right? That's fine. But if you're going to do something with her, it better still feel like it's massive. So if she's going to be tag champ, it better feel like she's still one of the biggest names on the card. She ain't going to settle with just going out in the second segment having a squash match. Like, that's not good enough for Sasha. Which I can understand. I do understand that thought process. I totally understand that thought process. But that won't change. That won't change because Vince is still in charge of creative. Kenneth says, Days, I've only been watching wrestling for a few years. Perfect. Love it. I love hearing that because it's exciting to... I haven't even read the rest of your message, right? But it is exciting to me that people have got into wrestling in just the past couple of years because you want to see wrestling grow. You want to see wrestling thrive. I think if anyone is watching this and they've been in wrestling for a long time, amazing. Welcome. Love you all. If you've been into wrestling in just the past few years, amazing. Love you just as much. Absolutely welcome. If you've been into wrestling for a week, hello. Hope you had a great day. Welcome. Like, I just love seeing, like, new people come into wrestling because wrestling just constantly gets a kick in. If you're in wrestling and a fan of wrestling, you're constantly critiquing the shows. But, man, there's something really exciting about seeing people that have just got into wrestling or just been in wrestling for a few years. Do you know what I mean? So I like that. So, Canif, shout out to you, dude. I want to know, has Linda ever had a role in the company? Yeah. So, Linda, God, if you want to go through the history of Linda, she was massive behind the scenes in the 80s. So in the 1980s, so Vince had to buy WWE from his dads. So he didn't just get given the company. A few people think that he was just given the company. He wasn't. He actually had to go to the bank, get money together, and buy out his dad's. There was a couple actually. Gorilla Monsoon he had to buy out Gorilla Monsoon as well. There was someone else. Can't remember who. I think it was about 3 or 4 people that had shares in WWE, his dad being one. But he had to buy them out, basically. So he bought them out. And I think that some of it was, obviously his dad gave him a good price. And Gorilla gave him a good price. And also he was able to use, I'll use money that I make to, help pay it back and all this. But there's nothing wrong with that. I mean, the Glazers bought Man United by... using Man United as part of the leverage. So, yeah, look, he got the company. It wasn't just given to him. He had to buy it and, repay payments and everything. So that's when, Titan Sports was created. which is his company that took over WWE. He then obviously started, building towards WrestleMania, Hulkamania, all that kind of stuff. He was doing a lot of the stuff you saw on TV, a lot of the creative, a lot of the recruiting, all of that stuff. The stuff behind the scenes, the TV deal negotiations, and like the marketing stuff and all of that was done by Linda. So Linda plays a massive role in the history of WWE. Like, you could argue as big as Vince in the 1980s. Now, obviously, as WWE grows, they get like more employees and her, position becomes a lot more focused. She then actually ends up going into politics and kind of shifting her focus away from WWE. She is used as an on-screen character briefly during the Attitude Era, most notably the storyline at WrestleMania 17. And she was seen sporadically as well, but she's never been a character that we've seen really on a regular basis. Like, you don't tend to see Linda all that much on really ever. Like, honestly, there's just a few moments throughout the history of WWE where you see Linda. If ever it's going to be the McMahons, it's more likely going to be Vince, Steph, that kind of a Shane. It'll be them three. You're more likely to see them three than you are Linda in there as well and have it as a 4. WrestleMania 16, of course, with a McMahon in every corner. So I would say Attitude Era, she absolutely had a few storylines that she was involved in. But, outside of that, more recently, she was part of the Trump administration. She was small businesses, wasn't she? I think she was in charge of. So when Donald Trump came into office, he's got a great relationship with the McMahons. And so since 2016, she didn't do it for the whole 4 years. But she certainly was brought in. As he said, she was doing politics long before that. She was brought in as part of the Trump administration, and so spent a few years doing small businesses and like running that, basically. I don't know what it entailed, but there is a picture of like McMahon, Triple H, Steph, Linda, Trump all being in the Oval Office when he's president, as she is signed up for that role. But so to answer your question, she was massive for them in the 80s. In the 90s, her role diminished. She was then used more on screen during the Attitude Era, and then really in the 2000s, she became a lot more political and got into politics, which ultimately led her going into the Trump administration from 2016 for a few years. She came out of that, and then what was she running? She was running the Super PAC. Is it the Super PAC thing that was all about raising money for the Trump administration? So she came out of small businesses, and she went into running the Super PAC stuff and like generating money for the Trump administration. What she actually does now, like where she is now and what she does day to day now, I genuinely don't know. But I would be surprised if it wasn't still involved in politics. I would imagine it's still, politically based. But yeah, it's not involved with WWE. But I think she's still got shares. And actually, during the steroid trial in '92, if Vince was going to go to prison for the steroid trial, then it was going to be Linda that was going to be the CEO. So Linda was, ready to jump into that role. It's actually quite interesting that Linda isn't the one that's jumped into the role this time, and that it's Steph that has instead. Part of that, I think, is to do with the fact that Vince and Linda are not living together. So maybe there's been a breakdown in trust there, and, maybe Vince doesn't quite trust putting Linda in that position right now. Another one is that Steph has been a lot more active and is fully aware of how the machine works at the moment, whilst Linda's been in politics. So Steph makes more sense in that regard. The other one as well is that Linda, I think, could still be doing stuff in politics. So, again, Steph isn't. So, she makes a lot more sense in that regard also. So, Steph does tick a lot more boxes than Linda would, putting Linda back in that role in 2022. But that's just a quick breakdown. I'm sure there's people that can provide a bit more detail in the chat if that's what you was after. Aeris, is it? Aeris? It's a nice name. Aeris. Aeris? I hope I'm saying that right. I feel like I'm not. Sorry. Aeris. 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 You'll have to let me know how you pronounce it. I've gone with that. But shout out to you, my friend. Says it's a work. Interesting. Let's read this. It's a work. Vince and Johnny Ace will challenge the Usos at SummerSlam. There we go. Then Vince will challenge Roman Reigns at WrestleMania. This is just long-term booking. Do you know what? I have seen people saying that this is a work, like, not joking, actually saying that it's a work. My only answer to those people would be, I mean, why would Vince have so much bad PR thrown up about him and WWE? This is bad. It's bad. I'll tell you one thing it's done as well, and I'm sure you've seen it all on Twitter. It's thrown up all of the old allegations as well. He was alleged to have had an affair with the first female referee in the 80s, who now is no longer spoken about, and Jessica Carr is referred to as the first female referee. Interesting, because she isn't. Then you've got the first female ring announcer who never gets spoken about. I never remember her name. It's like a man's name as well. I can't remember what her name is, but she was in a relationship with one of the Killer Bees, a tag team from around that time, and she ended up leaving because she alleged that Vince had made sexual advances on her. So she ended up going as well. And there's loads, man. And loads of different affairs. And affairs that he's even admitted to having. On top of, like, those allegations. So, like, it's thrown all of that up. Why would Vince put himself in that position where all of that kind of bad press gets thrown up? I mean, he just wouldn't, would he? He just wouldn't. If you're going to tell a story, you wouldn't tell a story that was going to throw all of that stuff up in 2022. So, no, and you know, the money has been paid as well. And you've got, like, Jerry McDivitt coming out, like, the proper lawyer of Vince McMahon coming out and saying it all. So, yeah, I know you was only joking, but there are people out there that genuinely think it is a work. So, James said, did you hear that The Rock bought a house for Tamina? I did. I didn't understand it, to be honest. I didn't understand it. I think that hasn't she got her own money? Like, I don't understand. I mean, it's a lovely gesture for him to do that and buy a house for her, but I didn't get it. I didn't understand why he had done that. Okay, we are just getting word 11 minutes ago. Hasib, shout out to you. WrestleVote's word backstage is that the report from Raj is accurate. Sasha Banks has been released from her WWE contract. That has come from WrestleVotes. So WrestleVotes reporting that it is has been confirmed. That one definitely makes me feel a lot more confident. You know, Raj, as we said earlier, okay, I think I genuinely believed that what he had been told was true. I genuinely believed him when he said that the information he'd been given was that. I didn't think he was lying. It's just, would the information turn out to be true? And it seems like WrestleVotes now are confirming it. It's it's a weird one though. It's a weird one because they're sort of confirming it, but they're not. I mean, I've got the actual tweet that I can show you on screen. God, when is this week gonna... What else is this week gonna throw up? The word backstage. So again, they're not saying... I'm still torn as to whether this is strong enough confirmation, you know. I'm really torn as to whether this is strong enough confirmation. I'm going to show you the tweet. I've got it on screen. Let me download it. Where is it? Downloads. Here's the tweet. WrestleVotes. The word backstage from SmackDown tonight is that the report from Raj is indeed accurate. According to multiple sources, Sasha Banks has been released from her WWE contract. Do you know what? I'm gonna believe that. I'm gonna believe it. I'm gonna believe it because they're saying that multiple sources now are telling them that it is true. So that would suggest that it has been confirmed. Oh man, God, it just never stops, does it? Never ever flipping stops. Let me do I'll do the video on this one. I think that's good enough for me. I've said before, if it's WrestleVotes, if it's Sean Ross Sapp, if it's Dave Meltzer, I feel confident in it, and that one I think I feel confident in. Massive breaking news coming out of WrestleVotes this evening, and very interesting timing as well, just before SmackDown is due to begin, and just before Vince McMahon is going to open SmackDown and say whatever it is that Vince McMahon is going to say. We have just had this tweet drop. It was around about 15 minutes ago. The word backstage from SmackDown tonight, the report from Raj, who is looks after Wrestling Inc., he sent a tweet out the other day saying that Sasha had been released. Fightful couldn't get that confirmed. No one could seemingly get that confirmed. But we are now seeing this from WrestleVotes. So that Raj is indeed accurate according to multiple sources. So multiple people are telling WrestleVotes that the news is true. And you can see at the bottom, nice and clear, Sasha Banks has been released from her WWE contract. Couple of things to say about this. Obviously, we've heard Raj report that a couple of days ago. We've now got this confirmation from WrestleVotes saying that that is coming from multiple sources. We don't know at this stage, though, if it's Sasha that has requested it or if it's WWE. I know a lot of people are going to jump to conclusions thinking that WWE have released her and they've wanted to release her. But I did hear a rumor last week that she was talking to her lawyers about trying to get released. She wanted her release. Now, we don't know where the truth is on that. Obviously, there's been no statement made by WWE on this, but I feel good enough to put a video out there now that WrestleVotes are backing this up, saying that multiple sources are confirming it as well. Still no 100% confirmation from WWE, but who knows? Perhaps they will drop that confirmation tonight at some point as they look to try and bury the Vince McMahon news. Like, they don't want you to see that Vince McMahon news when you search WWE. It's actually going to be better if when you search WWE, the first thing that comes up is that Sasha has been released and that Sasha has gone. That's going to be better for WWE than if you search it hearing about Vince and hush money and alleged affairs. So maybe that confirmation is not going to be too far away, but this is the latest news. Again, wouldn't jump to conclusions as to whether it's Sasha that's requested it or WWE that have looked to just release her or fire her. We don't know anything on that front, but big development on that story this evening. Massive news. Let's put that down. We've had 600 votes as well. So 600 votes in our poll. We'll jump to that in a second. I do just want to chuck this up because I did hold off the other day on putting that video out there. I can't stress enough that if I do put a video out, I hope that people have confidence that it's come from a good place. I really don't want to be someone that's just putting news out, you know, because of a flipping rumor. that's doing the rounds. So I held off the other day, but I feel like if Wrestle votes are going to go on it, they've been pretty accurate, haven't they? They've been pretty good with reporting news and information. I'd imagine Sean Ross Sapp's probably going to be all over this as well. Sean Ross Sapp's going to look to get that confirmed. I was listening to Sean Ross Sapp earlier, and he was saying that it's great for him, and it's great for Fightful. It's great for him, and it's great for Fightful when other people announce breaking news, because he can then go and get good follow-up information. What a week, man. What an incredible week. I mean, it is true. I've seen a load of people talking about MJF, saying like that whole MJF story just seems so irrelevant right now, because wrestling is so crazy that whatever's happening with MJF is just doesn't feel that important anymore. Right, yeah, if you are just joining us, breaking news, 15 minutes ago, we've had a tweet come out by WrestleVotes confirming that multiple sources have confirmed with them that what Raj said the other day was accurate, and that Sasha Banks has been released. So, people know my feelings on it, and I'm quite happy to say them again. I think she was unprofessional. I think that anyone that walks out on their contract is unprofessional. I think that that doesn't change the fact I didn't want her to lose her job. It doesn't change the fact that there could have been circumstances for her to walk out. You know, the way that she was spoken to could have been the straw that broke the camel's back. But, you know, there's a big difference between going to a locker room and, you know, having a moment to yourself and thinking, you know, I want to have a serious conversation about getting out of my contract or whatever it might be. Or, you know, I'm not going to re-sign, because I think her contract was due to expire soon anyway. So, you know, there's that. And then there's, you know, a whole walking out just before a show situation. Disney made Frozen. When you Google Disney and Frozen, you get the movie, not his head as a result. WWE definitely looking to distract. I didn't understand what you meant there. But you mean about him being cryogenically frozen. Yes. How do you feel about the Vince situation? Dude, we've spent an hour on it. It is massive news. My feelings are that it's massive news that ultimately doesn't mean anything. Is my honest truth. The honest truth is, he is still in charge of creative. He is still going to be pulling the strings. Stephanie is going to be the one that's got the title. You know, her little thing on her desk will say Stephanie McMahon CEO/chairman. I mean, that's pretty nice. You know, she's reached the mountaintop. There's no higher for her to go. Granted, it's only interim. But, you know, nice. I should imagine she's feeling quite powerful right now. But as soon as Vince calls her and says, can you sign this off? She'll go, yes, sir. Sorry, yes, Dad. Thank you, Dad. No problem, Dad. I'll do that right now, Dad. Nothing's changed. Sasha Banks released, though. Ernesto said, riddle me this, riddle me that. Who will take no title from Roman tonight? Yeah, maybe not. Maybe not. Wrestle. I tell you what, it's going to be really interesting to see how what she does next. I mean, she could go to AEW. I really don't know. I don't know that that's a good move for her, to be honest. I think it's probably better for her to go into films. I think there's lots that Sasha could go on to do, actually. I think she's someone that has got great connections. I mean, she obviously knows Snoop. She's obviously made a big name for herself. She's been in The Mandalorian. I think she could go into TV. I think she could go into... she could go into loads, couldn't she? She could absolutely go into loads. She could go into... I don't know what her singing's like, but I'm sure that if she wanted to go into music, there'd be a way into music for her. What with knowing Snoop and the connections she's made. Definitely she could go into TV. She's already made those connections through The Mandalorian. Easily that transitions into films. I don't know. I mean, like, I suppose it depends what people are offering. Depends what's coming in from Tony Khan and what's actually out there. But I would say that the future is maybe different for Sasha than what was... Oh, hang on. Reese says you're wrong. She hasn't been released. How? How am I wrong? I've just shown you the tweet that's come from WrestleVotes. How is that wrong? I mean, WrestleVotes are a really, like, top-tier source. So, if it was just Raj that said it, and he'd said it the other day, I held off on doing a video on it. If it's coming from Sean Ross Sapp, WrestleVotes, or Dave Meltzer, it's good enough for me. I mean, it's... I might even have the tweet that I can even just pop back up on screen for you. I mean, it's right there at the bottom. They couldn't be any clearer. I mean, they could not be any clearer. Sasha Banks has been released from her WWE contract. I don't know. I don't know what you want me to do with that. I mean, has it been confirmed by WWE? No, I'll give you that. This is just one step below. Like, we're just one step away. So, as I said in that video I just did, maybe that confirmation comes out at some point tonight. But look at Sean Ross Sapp's tweet. He can't confirm it. Let's have a look. Multiple sources saying it to WrestleVotes. As I say, that's good enough for me. Sean, 25 minutes ago, said, I haven't heard anything new about Sasha, but I will let you know if I do. So that's where Sean is at the moment. She gets more shine being a wrestler actress than just a plain actress, says Esteban. Do you think Gunther and the Brawling Brutes will be on SmackDown tonight? Yes. I think Gunther will. He's the Intercontinental Champion. These writers have been compromised. Sasha news was all over the New York news this morning. Hazza said, I'm sorry, but I'm glad Sasha has left. For the past few years, she's done nothing but complain over and over again, like Sammy has never once complained, and he's had worse storylines. Yeah, I mean, there is something to be said, though, for... I do understand her pushing back and I do understand her pushing back and fighting. I think you do have to fight. If you just accept maybe like Sammy has what you get given, then, you know, what you get given is maybe going to be mid-card and is maybe going to be, you know, just... You don't, it's a fine line, though. It's a real fine line. And she won, no doubt in my mind, she crossed it. Like, walking out, you crossed the line, right? But I don't have a problem with, you don't want to be hard to work with, whereby it's just not worth working with you and you lose your job, right? But she's quite clever because she has got herself to a position where she is very valuable and she's got a big following. And it's really interesting. It's really, really interesting because she is quite high on the totem pole when it comes to women's wrestling and her fan base. So she knows that she can push things. She knows that WWE aren't gonna release her, right? Normally, I think she knows that she can push back a lot. You know, before they would release her, they would have a conversation first, wouldn't they? They would sit her down and say, look, you've got to rein it in. rather than just release her. The only reason that we've got to her being released is because she has... only reason that she's been released is because she has walked out. And you can't do that. I mean, that is just a no-no, because if WWE tolerate that, other people can do the same. And if everyone starts walking out, I mean, you think you're just not going to have a show? We said that at the time, you know, if every time someone is going to be away from the title picture and used in the mid-cards, or, you know, are going to lose a match or whatever, and they decide they don't want to do that, they walk out, you won't have wrestling. There won't be wrestling. So, like, you can't, that's something that just cannot be tolerated. It's just one of the biggest no-nos. It's one of the worst things you can do. Short of, like, as I said, spitting in, like, some kid's face in the front row or something. I kind of feel like, yeah, that's kind of, you know, she crossed the uncrossable line. But with the release, I think that and as I said in that quick little video, I don't think you can jump to conclusions that it's Sasha that has not asked for this release, because the rumors were last week she'd speaking to her lawyers and was saying to her lawyers that she wanted out of her contract. Now, again, these are just rumors. I mean, we are just swirling around in the muck here. That's what we're doing. We're swirling around in the muck, but there's so much muck around at the moment. It's kind of, you know, this is where we are. So, I mean, this is crazy right now because we are only 20-odd minutes away from Vince's segment. So, we're only 20-odd minutes away from that. Miss Clown said Nexus had a good vibe. They had potential. Yes. I think that I think you've hit the nail on the head there, buds. I think you've absolutely nailed it. Potential. They had potential. They had crazy potential. But, it was sadly nothing more than potential, because that potential was not recognized. I think they at SummerSlam in 2010, that was them against Cena, and you know, that kind of team, like that they should have kicked on from there. Really, what they needed is they needed the Shield's booking. The Shield were booked to be this incredible force. The Shield were booked to be this unstoppable, no one could stop them, and like all these legends tried, they just ran through everyone. You needed Nexus to do that. But like the brutal beatdowns and everything were absolutely fantastic. But yeah, they just, when the big moments came, they floundered. They didn't back them, and it was a real shame, because you're absolutely right. Potential is the word. Right, 800 votes right now. Let's go to that. I said we would. 71%. It's basically 70-30. 70% of people say Roman is going to win tonight and retain his WWE Undisputed Universal Championship. 30% of you say that it is going to be Riddle. Crazy. Crazy. Looking at the timing of the tweets, it seems like a distraction. Yeah, I agree. I think that the news could have leaked before to have muddied the waters, and now, you know, the WrestleVotes have tweeted this out, and muddies the waters again, doesn't it? Canif said, who would you like to see dethrone Roman? I would like to see Sami Zayn do it. We've spoke about it before, but I think Sami is someone that has always struggled to get into that main event. I think Sami is a fantastically underutilized wrestler. I think that he can not only wrestle and put on incredible matches that we've seen him and Kevin Owens have in particular, but him against Nakamura down in NXT was like one of the best matches in NXT history. Sami has come up. He has had some really fun roles. He's had some really fun stuff that he's done, you know, the conspiracy stuff, the documentary that he was making, all that kind of stuff has been really, really fun. But he's just really struggled to get into that main event scene. And I think that him being a part of the Bloodline could absolutely allow him to get into that main event scene. So yeah, we'll see like where this story plays out. But of course, he lost to Riddle last week on SmackDown, and Paul Heyman was very clear that the future was not going to be bright for Sami if he lost that match, and he did. So that's another big talking point for us tonight. What does the future hold for the Bloodline and Sami Zayn? Gunther dethrones Roman, unifies one more title, and becomes the best ever. Trini said, WWE is good at distractions. I'm going to wait for an official announcement to believe anything. Richard said, Sami Zayn Swerve could let him join The Miz. Let him join The Miz. Don't know that I would go that way. That feels like we're just keeping him in the mid-card again. I mean, look, Sami performs a very important role. I mean, he is someone that's very reliable. He's very entertaining, cuts a great promo, will always give you a great match. Sami performs a great job in that mid-card. He really does do an excellent job, but I am ready to see him move up to the top of the card and at least get an opportunity. Do you think WWE will bring back Sandow as he's now retired? I think there's a chance that they could reach out to him. Someone is going to be Elias. And yeah, they could have recorded Elias being Elias. But equally, Sandow is the first person that I think of when I think of someone being an imposter. His work with The Miz was so good. I mean, they might already look to someone they've got on the roster rather than bringing in Sandow, but Sandow ain't going to cost you much. Aaron Stevens, do you know what I mean? I mean, he's been doing stuff in NWA. You could bring him in for next to nothing and give him a little run. And he was always so good at it as well. So good at doing the whole Mizdow stuff. So I would love for them to bring in Aaron Stevens and have him as the fake Elias. I think that would be really fun. And actually, do you know what? Seeing Stevens and Ezekiel as a tag team is a tag team I could get behind. We've spoken quite a bit about like what's going to happen with that story once Kevin Owens comes out of it. Because for me, the Ezekiel story is only working because of Kevin Owens. If you had someone that wasn't as exasperated as what Owens is, if you had someone that kind of wasn't taking it as far as Owens is, then I don't think that story works as well. So, yeah, the concern is once you take Kevin Owens out of that story, then what's going to happen to the Ezekiel character? I really do think it could be a bit like Via, and it run out of steam very quickly. But maybe if you put him in a tag team with Stevens, and Stevens is pretending to be Elias, it could keep that train rolling for quite a bit. So I like it. I like it. I hope they do bring him in. If Vince goes full gimmick and billionaire struts his way to the ring, yeah, there's a lot of thoughts on it. I mean, there's some people thinking that it'll just be a video and it'll just be like a little clip at the start of the show, and then boom, we go into the first match. There's some people thinking that Vince will actually walk out. I think Vince will walk out. I think Vince will go out there, and I think the segment will be a handing over of power. And I think that there'll be something along those lines where he hands power over to Steph, and they try to make a big deal out of it so that... Because the other thing it does, which we didn't really talk about, is if you was to Google Vince and see that he's had an affair and that Steph has taken over, if you can muddy the waters and make that seem like a story, then maybe you can lower the impact of it as well. Because there might be casual fans out there that see the story and see that it was on SmackDown and it was on, and they might think to themselves, oh, it's just a story. It's not real. And you might be able to actually lessen the impact of this real story. It's a real story. Vince has allegedly really had an affair and paid hush money from the company and all this kind of stuff. But is there a way of like bringing it sort of onto TV so that it makes it seem a bit like to the casual fans like it's just a storyline? Don't know. I'd love to know the thought process. Man, to be a fly on the wall in some of these meetings right now would be fascinating. Fascinating. Vince will get kidnapped tonight, says James. Legend Killer, hello. Hope you are well. Bit of an odd question, considering all the recent news. Do you think Theory's gimmick will be affected after Vince steps down? Will it just be Vince's personal... Will he still be Vince's personal protege? Maybe. I don't... To be honest, I don't think that he's really... It's been a few weeks since he's mentioned Vince. I think that, you know, we've seen Theory just doing a pose-off against Bobby. And he didn't mention Vince during that segment. I don't think he did the week before. So maybe Vince doesn't get mentioned as much going forward. But Theory, you know, Theory has got the United States title. He's the youngest ever WWE US champion. I think that they will probably focus on that and shout about that rather than him being Vince's personal protege whilst Vince is going through this. But once this is done, and I do expect it to be done, I do expect Vince to survive this, then, you know, maybe they'll pick it back up from there. So it might affect it. You might see it not get mentioned, but I feel like past couple of weeks it hasn't been mentioned anyway. So I think that it will just quickly move on, to be honest. Vince will still be in creative control. Yes. Vince has moved on from Vince, says James. Jonathan said, with so much off Vince's plate now and only doing creative, do you think the storylines will get any better? I don't think anything's off his plate. I think his plate is just as full. I think that he is going to still want to know and be involved in everything that's happening. So his plates are just as full. It's just that when the CEO needs to sign things off, it's Steph that's got to do it and not Vince. And I honestly, I could just see Steph sat at a desk being told, sign all these bits of paper, and she does that. I think, the one thing I will say about this is that I think if there is anything that Steph wants to, and she really believes in, and she really wants to implement, she does now have the ability to say to Vince, listen, I want to do this. And she has got the, you know, before she would have took it to Vince, and Vince would have listened to her before anyway. But ultimately, he would have the say of saying no. He has still got that ability to say no now. But I think that maybe because of the fact she's helping him out, because she is, you know, if she didn't accept that position, if she didn't go into that role, someone that could be a little harder to deal with might have had to have gone into that role. She is helping him out. You know, if she had turned around, imagine if she had turned around and said, no, I'm not doing it. I'm not going to be the CEO. You're going to need to find someone else that's going to do it for you. He would have to find someone that he really trusts. Someone that he really trusts, that he knows that he's going to do everything that he says, basically. And that's what Steph will. But, you know, he doesn't need that headache, does he? I mean, maybe he would have turned to Shane. Who knows? If Steph had said no, maybe he would have turned to Shane, and Shane would have been the CEO. And perhaps he would have felt like he could have trusted Shane to have signed off all the paperwork. But he knows he can trust Steph. And Steph has agreed to do it. And I don't think Vince is someone that's going to feel like he owes Steph. But I do think that she's maybe got a little bit more leverage now. So if there was so much she wanted, so much she believed in, or so much she wanted to see changed, maybe he'd be a little bit more open to that. But I still have to say maybe. Because I still think that at the end of the day, Vince is still running the show. This is still the Vince McMahon show. Do you know what I mean? She now has just gone from spending time with the family and waiting to come in to now coming in and signing off some papers. That's what she does now. With all the affairs, what do you think the chances are of there being other McMahons out there? Surely those storylines would never be broached. Yeah. I mean, wasn't the whole Mr. Kennedy thing going to be an illegitimate son storyline? And they did it with Hornswoggle as well. So we have broached it. We've been down the roads where Vince has had illegitimate children. Like, when Vince got into that limo and the limo blew up, the plan was that they were going to do a funeral for Vince, and at the funeral, it was going to be revealed that Mr. Kennedy was Vince's illegitimate son. And, which is really quite clever, because Kennedy is Vince's middle name. So Mr. Kennedy could always say that he was named after, like, Mr. McMahon, and that's his dad's. And then there was going to be a power struggle with, like, Triple H and Kennedy, and that's how that story was going to, like, play out. So, yeah, they could. I mean, like, I don't think they will right now. I feel like because of the allegations and everything, like, they won't go down that road. But, yeah, certainly in the past we've ventured down that road. But we won't do it now. John said, what do you think of Alexa and Liv possibly as tag team champs? I don't mind it. Yeah, fine with it. I don't mind it. Do you think Riddle wins tonight to overpower the Vince controversy or a debut? I do think there's a chance of something. Yes, I do think there's a chance of something. I think that Vince does have a history of muddying the water, sweeping things under the carpet. And when we talk about sweeping things under the carpet, what are we talking about? Well, we are talking about getting other stories out there to distract. And when you search on Google, it's not just the one thing that comes back, that one thing being the affairs, but by, getting other stories out there. So I don't know that Riddle wins the title tonight. I don't know that Vince would want to mess with Roman's title reign. I think if Roman's title reign was a victim of this alleged affair and hush money and everything, I don't think they would go that far. But there could be something, yes. There could be something. There could be a, significant moment. Maybe Steph tells Vince he's fired. Do you know what I mean? Maybe there's something like that. Perhaps, like, Vince hands power over to Steph, and maybe, like, Vince says, I'm just throwing something out there, but maybe in the ring, they do it in the ring, and he's like, we know that I'm still in charge, though, type thing. And then she could go off and go, actually, Dad, no. And, like, go and end up firing him in the ring and, like, trying to turn it into a storyline. Vince fired by Steph on SmackDown. That could be a story. I just wonder if there will be something along those lines. And then, obviously, on top of that as well, you've got WrestleVotes just 50-odd minutes ago reporting that the Sasha Banks news is legit, and that multiple sources backstage are confirming the news. So, yeah, I mean, that is a massive, massive story. Hang on, we do have a development here. Vince is not listed on the rundown, so wherever he appears on the show tonight is going to be a mystery. I was already under the impression he was opening the show, but yeah, I don't know why. I was expecting him to be the first thing that we were going to see. But Sean Rossap saying that he's not on the rundown. I think it was Wrestle Purists. Wrestle Purists sent something out that said, despite the last several days, Vince McMahon was joking around during the production meeting before tonight's SmackDown. McMahon wasn't selling anything at all and was described by sources as being in a great mood. So, yeah, I mean, that honestly doesn't surprise me that much. I really don't expect, he's been through so much worse that I don't expect this to be something that he is really all that bothered by. But it's still gone further than I was expecting. I didn't expect him to have to step aside and have Steph take, like, that CEO position, you know? Dark Angel said, something will happen tonight, but it has to be big enough to overshadow the Vince stuff. Matthew said, I watched Dynamite this week on ITV4. He's probably going to open the show. Heather said, Vince will do a pre-tape, just you watch. It could be. Yeah, it could be. I must admit, my first thought was that he would be in the ring. Because they said that he was going to be a character. I mean, I suppose you can still be a character on a pre-tape. And whenever we've seen Vince, largely recently, it has been pre-tapes. You know, it's been in those backstage segments with Austin Theory. It's not that often that Vince does walk out there live. But it's not that often that he ceases being the CEO, is it? So it is really hard to know what to expect tonight. Khalid, shout out to you, dudes. I guess you was expecting him to keep his head down crying all day, said JC5K. Not really. I think it's interesting, though, if the reports are that he's in a great mood. I think that's interesting. But, this is water off a duck's back to Vince. I'm not surprised that this isn't having much of an effect on him. When you've been through the stuff that he's been through, you know, if you think about, like, he's had a wrestler and someone that I genuinely believed he cared about, like, you know, one of the boys pass away in the ring, you know, Owen Hart, and the fallout of that and the investigation to that, and then, like, you know, the bad press around Benoit and the horrific incidents that happened there. The press around Eddie Guerrero's passing as well. The steroid trial in particular was massive. I mean, it's really hard for people to understand how big of a deal the steroid trial was, but when you've got the US government trying to put you in prison, I would imagine there was quite a few sleepless nights over that. And it looks like you're going to prison, and there's conversations about who's going to run the company whilst you're in prison. Like, do you know what I mean? Like, all of that, I would imagine, he's been through that, and he's survived all of that. I mean, he's just been there and got the T-shirt so many times that, yeah, this one just feels like it's so minor in comparison. Vince should be bothered. We need to stop sugarcoating it. If it's real, it looks like it is. It is immoral behavior that should shame him. Well, it would shame the normal person, the average person, but I feel like the reason why this one doesn't register as much is because I think we've already got an impression of what Vince the businessman is like. This is a man that signed off firing all of those wrestlers and releasing all of those wrestlers from their contracts. They had legit contracts, and just with a stroke of a pen, 100-odd wrestlers throughout last year, just constantly. I mean, like, wrestlers on the edge, not knowing when they were going to get cut, if they were going to get cut. That's the kind of ruthless, heartless person that Vince is. But I feel like because we already know that, like, finding out that he's had an alleged affair doesn't surprise me. Oh, it is McMahon. McMahon's music hits. We're seeing people applauding. There's a guy applauding. Big cheer for Vince as Vince comes out, and he's there in person, strutting his way down. Vince, little smile on his face. We're having a look. People singing along, man. People applauding. I'm trying to gauge what the reaction is. Judging by people in the background, they seem quite happy to see him. I'm sure there are some boos in there as well. Big cheer, which felt like it might have been piped in, but the people in the background. Let's see what he's got to say. It's a privilege. It's a privilege to stand in this ring in Minnesota. Cheap pop. Then, now, forever, together. Welcome to Smackdown. Is that it? Is that it? Flip. Wasn't expecting that. I wasn't expecting that. Vince comes out. Is that designed? Is that just designed so that when you search Vince, some of the results come up that he was on SmackDown tonight? Vince McMahon opened SmackDown. He literally just walked out saying it's a pleasure to be here, you know, and it's a pleasure to represent those words, then, now, forever, and the most important words, together. Let's get the show on the road! He is savage. He is savage. He's a mad lad, says Blue Nelson. He's a mad lad. What a mad lad. Oh, he gives no flips, does he? He gives no flips. Do you know what, though? I'll tell you what he's done. He's put a story out there that he's been on the show. Everyone's going to want to know what he said. He's bumped the ratings. There's going to be articles written about him being on SmackDown. If you search for Vince McMahon now, there'll be articles about that. And he said nothing. He's done nothing. What he's done, though, is he's put himself out there to show, like, I'm not hiding. I'm not hiding. I'm not scared. I'm not upset. I'm not in retreat. Here I am. I wasn't expecting that, though. I thought there would be something. I thought he was going to throw it, like, you know, hand it over to Steph. Mad lad. Mad lad. Hustle for love. Happy Friday. Happy Friday. Hope you are well. Hustle for love. Oh, them rabbits. We've got CGI rabbits as Riddle makes his way down to the ring. Riddle against Roman. I mean, we're going into this big opening match. Why are you applauding him? He's trolling us. He's not trolling us. I mean, what's he trolled? Vince McMahon said he'd be on SmackDown tonight. He was on SmackDown. He hasn't trolled. Trolling would be him saying he's on SmackDown and then he hasn't. He doesn't appear. And then everyone tunes in, but he said he was on SmackDown. He's on SmackDown. It didn't say that Vince is going to be on SmackDown and he's going to talk about anything in particular. Right, I thought we were going to this match, but we've got Riddle. Trini said that was hilarious. Hilarious. Vince on SmackDown. If you are just joining us, it was a massive moment. I love I love the arrogance. I love the bravado. I love the fact he just gives no flips whatsoever. He gives 0 flips. I do have a respect for that. I don't respect what he's done at all. I don't respect what he's done. But he's like a non-stick pan, isn't he? Like nothing sticks to him. He's just a master at this. He's a master of knowing how to, like, get the crowd over onto his side and... It's crazy, man. Just having a look, see what the reaction is on Twitter. Let's have a little look. Not really what I just saw. Not... that was really weird. Vince just left the ring. He said, then, now, forever together. Welcome to SmackDown through the thing. Vince did the same thing when crowds returned last week. Yeah, people saying basically what we're saying. Vince is a genius. What a great way to say goodbye, brackets maybe, and boost the ratings. It's true, innit? Do you know what, as well? The ratings have been awful this week. Did you see the AEW ratings? Perhaps there was a belief that there was going to need to be a little tickle to the ratings tonight. I think that was to do with the was it the NBA final, or maybe the NHL? Don't know. There was some that really battered AEW in the ratings on Wednesday. Just 7 minutes before SmackDown started, on MSNBC, he would be addressing the situation. Oh, well, that's their problem, innit? If they've seen that Vince has been confirmed to be on SmackDown and they've jumped to conclusions, that's on them. I mean, there was nothing that I saw that said Vince was going to address this situation. Everything said Vince was going to be on SmackDown. That was it. He was on SmackDown. He told you he'd be on SmackDown. He was on SmackDown. He's a cheeky monkey. I'll give you that much. It was the ice hockey, says List of Jericho. 700,000. NHL didn't have that much of an impact. James said, that was very insightful by Vince. It's true. I didn't know they called it the signature. I mean, I did, actually, but... Then, now, forever, together. We call that our signature. Oh. I've got a feeling that the Riddle Reigns match is going to be a letdown. Do you think the crowd should chant something? For me, they took an L. Do I think the crowd should chant something? No. I think there's still a lot of unknowns to what has actually happened. I mean, I said before, like, what has he actually done wrong? I mean, yes, he's married to Linda, but reports are that he and Linda have been separated for a long, long time. I don't know if it's as a result of this. I don't know if they separated after this affair, before this affair, during this affair. I have no idea. I mean, obviously, affairs are bad things, and shame on him. And I'm certainly not standing by it, saying he was fine to do it. But if he and Linda have been separated for a long time, then I don't know what their current status is. I don't know. And then, he's paid hush money because obviously this affair, he's wanted to keep it quiet, and maybe this person wanted to speak out about it. The lawyer has said the money hasn't come from the company. Jerry McDevitt has said the money didn't come from the company. So that seems to be the big sticking point, is that the money came out of the company. But Jerry McDevitt is saying it didn't. So I don't even think there's anything wrong there. And then the only thing I don't know is, obviously we haven't heard from this woman. I don't know her feelings on it. I don't know, I don't know her take on it. So I think it's really hard to chant something when there's a lot of things that we don't know. We don't know his situation with Linda, what their status is. We don't know if that money came out of the company. It's an allegation at this stage. And we don't know that that woman was even necessarily wronged. We don't know. I mean, she came into the company, got into an affair with Vince. and then seemingly ended up that affair ending and ended up leaving the company. And, she got paid a load of hush money. But I don't know. I don't know what the situation is with that, because obviously no one's managed to get her side of it because she's not talking about it. There's a non-disclosure agreement in place, NDA in place. So I don't know. I don't know what the crowd are meant to chant, unless they started chanting "dirty old man," which I think that allegation would stick, in all fairness. Hustle for Love, shout out to you. Sean hates on me because I send super chats. Let's just have some love in the community, shall we? Let's just have some love and tolerance. Guys, let's be like Vince. Let's be like Vince. Let's preach about the word together. Let's focus on the word together as we move forward. Okay, so Riddle is gonna be using Randy's theme song for tonight, is he? I think I can understand that Randy's going to be really peeved off with Riddle because he's using his moves and now he's going to start using his music. Who will get the last laugh? Right, we're moving on to Happy Corbin and Madcap. We've had 13 very strange minutes. We've had Vince come out and cut a nothing promo. Then we've had Riddle come out and just waffle for a little bit. And now we're looking at the Madcap and Corbin feud. Did you hear the latest Ric Flair BS about Orton and Charlotte not being pushed? I did. Yeah, I did see that. So he said something like, WWE are too scared to let like Orton and Charlotte really shine, which, is pretty crazy considering Orton is on track to get the most championship reigns ever, and Charlotte does have the most female championship reigns ever and is constantly being used at the top of the card and in title matches. I think what he's saying though is look, I think Ric Flair is probably of the same mindset as Sasha Banks. Sasha Banks wants to be Roman Reigns, and I think Ric Flair wants Charlotte to be Roman Reigns, and I think he'd like Randy to be Roman Reigns as well. The face, the person. But the fact of the matter is, only one person can be Roman Reigns. Only one person could be John Cena. Only one person could be Stone Cold, or The Rock, or Hulk Hogan. Do you know what I mean? Like, there's just... You can be at the top of Raw, and you can be at the top of SmackDown, and you could be the top woman, or you could be the top guy. But there's only one person or a couple of people that's going to get to close WrestleMania. Do you know what I mean? There's only like, you just cannot back everyone. You cannot push Sasha and Bayley and Charlotte and Becky and Bianca and Asuka and Roman and... Do you know what I mean? Like, you just can't push everyone on that same level. The truth of the matter is you have to select someone as being the face that runs the place. And that person has clearly been selected as Roman. And then you will have everyone else be at least one step behind, and some maybe even more than that. Some might be even a few more steps behind Roman than that. But I think the point that Ric Flair was making was that he wants Charlotte and Randy to be the top woman and the top guy. And I do agree they're not. But equally, I can't say I agree they should be. I feel like Roman is the right person to be the person, top guy. And top woman right now, I don't know. I mean, you could make an argument that it's maybe either Ronda or Bianca. But Charlotte has had her times. I mean, it is BS to say that they're not pushing it right to, they're not pushing them at all. I mean, it is a load of rubbish. Don't be unprofessional like Sasha. Be like Vince, says Jeffrey. Michael said, do you believe what WrestleVotes is saying? I do. Sean Ross Sapp said he hasn't heard anything. Thoughts? Neither has Meltzer. So my thoughts are that I if it comes from a source that's not Meltzer, Sean Ross Sapp, or WrestleVotes, then I wouldn't do a video on it. And Raj put that word out the other day. I didn't do the video on it. I did put a little message on YouTube, on the community thing, just going, look, this has been said. And I know like 99% of you will have seen that news anyway, but I am always conscious that there's people that don't go on Twitter. I mean, there's quite a few people that hit me up on like Facebook, Instagram. There's a lot of people that don't have access to Twitter, so might not have seen that tweet. So I put it out there that had been reported by Raj. What I was looking for at that point is for one of those three to confirm it, basically. So at that point, I'm waiting for Sean Ross Sapp. I mean, Sean Ross Sapp has seemed to become... If Sean Ross Sapp sends a message out saying that Sasha's been released, a good chunk of people are going to believe it because Sean Ross Sapp's got a great history of telling the truth. Well, so does WrestleVotes. Like, WrestleVotes to me is right up there as well. I mean, I've got no problem with WrestleVotes putting that out there and me believing it. I mean, Raj had me considering it because Raj is someone that I believed was telling the truth as well. But just because you don't get loads of like breaking news coming out of Wrestling Inc., it's hard to know how accurate the sources are. I actually thought he's telling the truth, but has he been told the truth? I believe that Raj was told that. I genuinely believe that. But is what he's been told true? And I just couldn't do the video on it. But if Meltzer comes out and says his sources confirm it, or Sean Ross Sapp says his sources confirm it, or if WrestleVotes come out and says their sources confirm it, then that's good enough for me. That's good enough for me to go, Raj just said it. I do believe him. If someone else can confirm it from one of them sources, then I think I'm happy to do a video on it. If I'm doing a video on it, I'm going to stand by it. So, yeah, I do believe it. And it doesn't worry me that Sean Ross Sapp's not able to confirm it at this stage, or that Meltzer can't confirm it at this stage, because I don't know who's got contacts and what those contacts are. But the fact that Raj has got contacts, and Raj turned around and said that if he's wrong, he will never do breaking news stories again. He's put his reputation on it. That honestly did make me go, oh, it's pretty convincing, but I didn't do a video. So Raj was really convincing, and then now we've just heard from WrestleVotes confirming it. That's enough for me. I mean, there'll be people out there that won't believe it until WWE confirm it, and that's probably the best way of doing it. But I just think that that for me is like the final piece, isn't it? Really, that's the absolute 100%. It has definitely happened because WWE have confirmed it. But I think for WrestleVotes to put a tweet out there, for Raj to put his reputation on it, yeah, I believe it. Right, we were at commercial break, and we are going back. 3 million went missing out of petty cash, and red flags were raised. You got to remember, though, WWE is a $1 billion company. Like, 3 million is not that much to them. I mean, I don't know that we can call it necessarily petty cash, but I don't even know what part of the company it's come out of. I mean, what would it have been put through the system as? And all of that will have been, I'm sure, checked by legal. I don't believe Vince has just chanced it. Right, we are going to our first match of the evening, maybe? This is going to be Corbin versus Madcap. There's a new Sean update. Well, he sent one out saying he didn't have anything. So is he saying that he's got something now? Latest on Sasha, a lot of very well connected are saying she's been released. At least one talent and one big backstage name believes it. WWE hasn't confirmed this to me personally and hasn't informed people that are usually made aware as of yet. In short, I can't confirm it, but some pretty important people are in the belief that she is gone. Sorry, I can't provide more clarity. I am asking every day and multiple times a day. So there we go. So Sean, at least Sean is confirming that at least one talent and a big backstage name is believed to be aware. But his contacts aren't confirming anything to him. I mean, like, in all fairness, though, this is such a delicate situation that it you know, the people that he's talking about might not be able to necessarily say anything until, like, a press release comes out, but there's a lot of smoke, man. There's a lot of smoke. Raj found this out, you know, ages, like 24 hours ago, was it? 48 hours ago? Raj found it out. Now we've got to the point where, you know, a backstage talent and a big name backstage as well are hearing stuff. So, I don't know. It feels to me like, and WrestleVotes, I don't know what WrestleVotes of where their sources are from. I don't know if it's from that same source or if they've got different sources. So, I don't know. There seems like a lot of smoke here. A lot of smoke. Vince and Linda haven't lived together for decades. Sasha's not on the alumni page. Well, they wouldn't move her until the announcement's made, so I wouldn't really focus on that. I mean, I can't see them moving her to the alumni page before they've put that statement out. I think it'll be a case that they issue a statement saying that she's been released, and then she would be moved. It wouldn't really make much sense to, like, just move her. I knew Vince wouldn't address the issue. Did Sasha really get her release? Well, that's what we've been talking about. WrestleVotes are saying that she has. Sean Ross Sapp is saying that someone backstage, a talent and a big backstage name, are believing that she has. And but he can't get any more clarity on that at this stage. So I think what's great about Sean Ross Sapp is that once he confirms it, then, you know, everyone would believe it. It's really strange how he's managed to get himself in that position, but of, like, being so trusted. But it's really great for him that he has got into that position, because, you know, as soon as he tweets it out, that's, for many people, going to be as good as WWE sending confirmation. And I think what's really good about the way that he's going about it is that he is being open and honest right now, and he's saying, this is the situation, this is where things are. So I've managed to get one talent and one big backstage name saying that they believe it to be true. He checked with Raj as well, and he said that Raj has got excellent sources, but because Sean can't get it confirmed himself, he can't, like, jump in and send that tweet off saying that she's gone. But God, there's a lot of smoke. A lot of smoke. Let's say Sasha Banks does leave and goes to go to AEW. What does that do for her? Because it's not mainstream reach for Hollywood. Do you think it's a downgrade? Oh, it's a downgrade. It's definitely a downgrade. I mean, if you go from WWE and go from a show that gets 1.8 million to 1.7, say, on average, to a show that's, what, 700 something thousand last week, normally 900,000. I mean, it's half the size, isn't it, of Raw, and even smaller than SmackDown. I mean, it is a downgrade. I'm not even saying that as a disrespect thing. It just is. I think even AEW fans would say that it is. Maybe not a downgrade in quality, but a downgrade in, like, its reach and its appeal. Which is why I do wonder if that is the way forward for her. She might want to go there if they offer her really good money, which I think Tony Khan could. He could offer her, you know, probably close to what she's earning now, if not match what she's earning now. So I think her, like, the money could be really good. And also, she might want to do it to just stick the finger up to Vince. Do you know what I mean? Like, he let her go, or she requested to be let go, and she was let go, and so she could go there and try and use her influence to try and build up AEW. So depends if she wants to stick the finger up to WWE. And it really depends how passionate about wrestling she is. Like, has she ticked the wrestling box? She's done it for a long time. You know, maybe she's at the stage in her career where she is a lot more excited by TV and by movies and by going into all of that. So maybe that is what she wants to get her teeth into. Do you know what I mean? Like, maybe that is something that she wants to look at. So, I don't know. I don't think that it'd be a guarantee that she would go to AEW at all. At all. I don't think that she goes from WWE and it's like, yeah, all right, she's going to AEW. I've seen loads of AEW fans like, oh, she'll come here. I hope she leaves. But it's like, nah, I don't know that you can say that. I think that there's a lot of things that she could go into with TV and movies being maybe even more likely. I mean, maybe she's not been able to get bigger parts in shows and, you know, go after, like, other opportunities because of the fact that she is in WWE and, you know, she's obviously got she can take, like, some time out to do some filming, but ultimately her day job is to be a wrestler. Well, her day job could be to become an actress. We're back from commercial break. We are back from commercial break. Little roll up. 2. And kick out by Corbin. Duck underneath by Madcap. Against the ropes. Round the houses. Deep 6. 1, 2. Shoulder up. If you did just join us, Vince McMahon was on the show. He came out. He said, then, now, forever together. Let's get underway with SmackDown. Threw the microphone away, and that was it. That was it. I mean, if you search Vince McMahon right now, I wonder what comes up. Let's have a look. Vince McMahon. It is still that he steps down. News about Vince is that he steps down. Let's click on news. Yeah, nothing about SmackDown. Also in the news, Vince McMahon live results of SmackDown as he appears on the show. Hasn't, at the moment, it's not made much of a dent, to be honest. So, I'll tell you what, the news outlets that are covering this story, though, BBC, Wall Street Journal, Hollywood Reporter, Bloomberg, IGN, TalkSport, CNBC, Meltzer was on CNN. So, it's a massive story. I know you don't need me to tell you that, but just to give you an idea of people that are covering it. Joy Maurice, hello, said, what a crazy week/month for wrestling. Absolutely, you've got the MJF situation, you got the Sasha and Naomi situation, you got Cody being injured and out situation, you got the Randy Orton being injured and out situation. Obviously, we're building towards New Japan and Forbidden Door. Madcap gets the win here. Madcap beats Happy Corbin. So, Madcap victorious. So, yeah, Joy Maurice, you're absolutely right. What a week. What a week. Good for Madcap. This match is boring. Sasha is a big deal, said Zoom Station. Why would anyone go from WWE to AEW? AEW can't promote their women's champion correctly. Why would Sasha go there? Well, I think she'd go there to stick a finger up to Vince, and I think she knows as well that she'd probably be booked better than Thunder Rosa, who I can't imagine is going to be getting paid the kind of money that Sasha would. Here's Madcap. Let's see what Madcap's got to say. Madcap laughing. Madcap laughing at Baron Corbin. Didn't like that. I wanted him to move away from all of that kind of laughing nonsense. Here's the Street Profits. Backstage with the Street Profits. Madcap gets the last laugh. The Jeff Hardy story has been pushed back, though. Yeah, that's true. Jeff Hardy as well. That was just the other day, wasn't it? That one even slipped my mind. That's... Right, they're talking about Riddle and Roman. Bros before Rose. Street Profits calling out the Usos. We want our babies back. Want the smoke. Okay, so they unsurprisingly want to get at the Usos. At work, did Vince speak? Yes, he did. He came out. He said, where are they? Minnesota or something? He's like, it's great to be here in Minnesota. It's a privilege. He said, you know, the signature at the start says then, now, forever, together. And that together is the most important part. Now let's get to the show. And that was it. That's what he said. Days, talk to them. Talk to who? Talk to who? Miss Clown said, trivia, what band is Lars Ulrich, the drummer, co-founder of? It's a weird question. Why are we on that? Why are we doing that? I will answer it for you, though. It's Metallica. I've got Street Profits were tag champs. They were tag champs, yeah, but they don't have them now. It was so quick that summary was word for word, says Chalmers. How many times have we seen this matchup? People go to AEW for better work schedule, more creative freedom in characters, and promo less rules, more fun. I don't know if that's what she's after. To be honest, I don't know if that's what Sasha needs. I don't know that she needs. I think she wants to be a big star. So, I don't think that she needs... I don't think she needs more fun. I think she needs spotlight. That's what she wants. Alex said, I saw someone on Twitter saying that perhaps the segment was a goodbye. They stated that Vince has never wanted to make a stud about him. Maybe he showed appreciation to the fans. Well, I think it's a goodbye, but it's a goodbye in a certain... I don't know, it is a goodbye in the sense of that he is no longer CEO at the moment, and I think his attention is going to be maybe a little bit away from WWE, whilst he deals with the court case and everything. So I think there's something to that. But ultimately, fast forward, I mean, I don't know when, but fast forward, I do expect it to be a case that he's back in that position sooner rather than later. Right. R.I.P. Dave Hebner, absolutely. Nick Khan, not the CEO. No, Nick Khan's not, he was never the CEO. Nick Khan was never the CEO. It was always like Vince. Nick Khan was someone that was believed to get into that position at some point, but... Right, New Day are coming out. But it's Steph that's gone into that position. I kind of like to see a new premiere show by WWE. It'd be a bold move, and they'd never do it, but it might be interesting if they scrap Raw and SmackDown and debuted a new show. Yeah, they won't do that. Raw and SmackDown has got way too much notoriety. I mean, Raw's been a constant since '93, so there's value in it as a brand. And same with SmackDown. I mean, SmackDown's been a constant since '99. Right, we've got New Day taking on Jinder and Shanky. Dream match. Dream match. Can we get more likes since there's 1,000 people here? Big shout out to everyone that's joining us. I don't think it was much of a goodbye, more of a risky move, showing the public support on his side. Swings the narrative. Grapefruits. Maurice, grapefruits. Yeah, I feel like that. I feel like it served a few purposes. I do agree. I mean, I think first of all, it boosted ratings. I think it also will have got a different story into the conversation. You know, when you're talking about Vince leading into this show, it was, you know, Vince is going to be on tonight. What's he going to say? So not only does it boost the ratings, but it actually gets people talking about Vince being on SmackDown rather than Vince's, you know, alleged affair and everything. I think coming out of it as well, we're going to see, like, you know, a few reports talking about what Vince said. You know, I mean, it is, Vince being on the show is significant. So I think it does that. I think it shows as well that he's very comfortable, confident, smiling, relaxed, kind of gets an image out there. This is, you know, wrestling fans have seen Vince now. We know that he's not scared, concerned, cowering, hiding. Like, it ticks that box as well. So having him walk out there, doing his little kind of billionaire strut, getting in the ring, I don't know if they sweetened the sound. I've got a feeling they did. But I judge it by the people behind him. And the people behind him were either standing and just, like, you know, watching and being neutral, or they were actively cheering. I didn't see, and could there have been someone? Maybe. I didn't see them. I didn't see anyone booing, giving a thumbs down. I certainly didn't hear any boos. But as I said, the sound could have been sweetened. That wouldn't surprise me if they did sweeten it. But if they did sweeten it, then you would imagine that you'd be able to see people in the background giving, like, thumbs down, or you'd see people in the background that were disgruntled. The camera was cutting to a fair few people that were cheering. Or I did see people that were neutral. I did see people that were just sort of standing there that weren't cheering, but they weren't booing either. So I wouldn't say it was a mixed reaction, but I suppose if it's mixed between people that were just standing and watching, and mixed between people that were actively applauding and worshipping and cheering and all that kind of stuff. So I think his reaction was positive. I think they might have sweetened the sound a little further though. And yeah, I mean, that's you know, it's a good message. It does. You are right. It does show support. I can believe it to be a bit of a temporarily sort of goodbye, though. A goodbye in the sense of not him saying goodbye is done with wrestling, like he's done with being the CEO, but goodbye in the sense of he now has to go off and deal with this, and we won't see him whilst he's doing that. So this is our chance to see him before he goes off, and this is his chance to get that image out there of strength and that image of being in control. Like, he's managed to portray that by just, like, going out there. So, yeah, there's probably a few little sub things that were playing out there for such a small nothing segment. There's probably a few things that it did manage to achieve. Mitchell said, do you think they should repackage Corbin? Yes. I honestly would like to see him back with the WWE Championship. Mainly, they could lean into his boxing background. Yeah, I think they could. I think that's a really good shout, actually. He's got a Golden Gloves boxing background. I like the idea of him, you know, maybe having a wrestling match and it's not going well and he lands a shot and the person just drops and he sort of stands there and just sort of looks at his hands and looks at what he's just done. And then, like, that could be the catalyst to kind of change his character. So, yeah, I think there's a really good chance that we could see him now go in. Well, I mean, I say really good chance. I think it's obvious that he's going to move on now from Madcap Moss. What he goes into and how they present him, not too sure. Right, we've got a little video package at the moment. We're at 42 minutes in here. 42 minutes in, and we've got Ronda and Natalia. That's what we're being shown. Corbin does need to be revamped. Let Corbin have a wolf pack. Oh. This is my state, and people are calling the crowd bad, said Mysterious. It was an uplifting goodbye. He doesn't want anyone to feel sorry for him. Not that anyone should. Pick a superstar from WWE. Pick a superstar from AEW. Pick a pay-per-view. Pick a stipulation. What do you mean? For them to face each other? Never a fan of that question. I'm just not really bothered by doing like an AEW against WWE thing. I mean, if I was to pick a pay-per-view, I'd pick, I don't know, WrestleMania. It's the biggest, isn't it? If I was to pick a WWE star, my favourite right now would be Gunther. I do love Roman, though. He feels a massive deal. And then if I was to pick someone from AEW, God, who would you have go up against Roman? I mean, who would you have go against Roman? I mean, you could maybe do Jon Moxley because of the history, but is that a bit boring? Is that a bit boring? Don't know. Jon Moxley against Roman Reigns, WWE versus AEW. You could do a good story with that. Stipulation. Probably just do it as Hell in a Cell, to be honest. I'm going to be the first woman to make you tap, says Natalia. Yeah, I've settled on Roman, Moxley, WrestleMania, Hell in a Cell. Not the biggest fan of, like, Falls Count Anywhere or street fights and all of that. I think you can do some really... I think there's been some excellent Hell in a Cell matches. Here's Jinder. Maybe Linda will cut a pipe bomb. If you look at What Culture's recent article on YouTube, they caught a quick Insta story from Sasha that she quickly deleted. It said, "This is why I stay off Twitter. People just making things up." Interesting. Hustle for Love said, "Hope everyone is having a good night." Are you ready for a good night? Brenton said, "You mentioned on the AEW stream that you like different sports." Yes. What about billiards and pool? Mosconi Cup, US, Europe, goes back and forth from Vegas to UK. Never seen it, never watch it. Pool is something that's just never on TV here. It might be on a channel buried somewhere, but it's not a big deal. I don't know, it might be because snooker is. Snooker is, the World Championship for snooker is in Sheffield, and it's always on, like, BBC Two. There's a few sports and a few things that they're kind of the crown jewels. They're called the crown jewels of sport, and they have to be free for anyone to watch. As long as you've got a TV, you should be able to watch these sports. And it's things like the World Cup, the FA Cup final, the Snooker World Championship. There's a few others as well, like the Grand National Horse Race. So there's several things that, like, need to be free on TV, and snooker is one of them. And so snooker gets, like, massive coverage and is on free-to-air TV. And for some reason, pool gets nothing. I mean, it must be on one of the sports channels. As you say, it goes back and forth, but I've never seen it. I've never seen it. I've never seen it on TV here. And if it's on, it's going to be buried away on, like, one of the lower channels, really out the way. I mean, as you can imagine, like, football just dominates everything here. So, lots of channels and coverage is dedicated to that. And then if you've got, like, England playing cricket or rugby or, so much stuff, just seems to mean that some of those other sports, lesser sports, dare I say, get a bit buried away. So I would watch it. I absolutely would watch it. But I can't say that I have watched it. AJ versus Kenny at WrestleMania in a straight-up match. Hollywood Guy says, hello. Do you watch Impact, and do you attend indie shows? I don't watch Impact. I have watched it a couple of times. It's fine. I don't have anything against it. I must admit I was never a fan of TNA. I never watched it, but TNA had such a bad reputation that, and maybe unfairly, but I just think there were so many things that happened in TNA that were like wrong and off, like that awful women's match with Shamel, the Victory Road thing with Jeff Hardy, the Dudley Boys in that cage match, electrified cage match, where when they grabbed it, they had to like shake themselves and pretend they were being electrocuted. There's constantly things that were coming out about TNA that was like cringe and people rolling their eyes, and it just really hurt the brand. And I'm sure there was some great stuff as well, but certainly enough for me to not like get into it. I think Impact has gone about things a lot better. I think it's a lot more credible. I think that Impact is fine. Whenever I've watched it, it's been fine. I ain't got really anything bad to say about Impact, but I don't watch it. It's not part of my weekly viewing. In regards to indie shows, I have been to indie shows. I've been to a few, most notably in Wolverhampton, where Fight Club Pro operate, which was, still is, I believe, Trent Seven's indie promotion. And I've always had a great time whenever I've gone to those. Never been down to Progress or Rev Pro, but I would love to go to Rev Pro, actually. I'd love to go to Pro Wrestling Eve as well, down in London. So those would be the ones that I would go to. But the local one where I am is Fight Club Pro. And there was I've been to like a little one in like Southampton as well. They still had like Tyler Bate come over and Pete Dunne and a few other people. So, even though it's not like a proper promotion, it was just a little thing in Southampton. They still got some good names. So yeah, I've been to a few indie shows. But to be honest, my schedule doesn't really lend itself to go into like many indie shows, and neither does like COVID that we've just been through. So we've just had a load of shows without crowds. But I think normality is starting to return, to be honest. So Shanky in the ring. Do you think we could get Randy costing Riddle tonight? Well, I don't think so, just because the rumours are that Randy is going to be out for a long time, so him being involved tonight wouldn't make much sense unless that story is completely rubbish, unless that story is completely fabricated and made up that he's actually out injured for a long time. Then I can't say that I can see him around tonight. If he does interfere tonight and it was all rubbish, that'll be a fantastic swerve. Because I do think that Randy is going to start getting fed up with Riddle, because not only is he using all of his moves, but now he wants to use his entrance music, and there has to come a point where the Viper, the legend killer, is going to like go, hang on, this guy's going a bit too far here. This guy's taking liberties. It's all well and good like paying respect, but at some point you just start, do you know what I mean, going too far. Like, now you're coming out to my music and you're using my moves. and you're trying to become champion, like, I'm not done yet. I want to be champion as well. Like, stop trying to be Randy Orton when the world has still got Randy Orton. Like, I can totally understand where he'd be coming from. Right, we're seeing Xavier playing the trombone, and Shanky is dancing in the ring. Jinder can't believe it. Jinder has tagged himself in, and he's telling Shanky to get out of the ring. Shanky is basically the Indian Billy Elliot. He just wants to dance. 2, 3. Kofi catches Jinder. Jinder is pinned. Jinder loses the match, but it was thanks to a distraction. Jinder is down. Shanky in the ring. We've got Kofi dancing away in the entranceway. Xavier is as well. Trending number 1 in the US is WWE Smackdown. That's not music, it's just noise, says Jim. That is true. Maybe the feud could be Randy saying to Riddle, you will never be Randy Orton, you will never be as good as Randy Orton. I agree. Right, we are seeing video package for the Viking Raiders. Rage, making their way down. Just seeing some of the stuff they've been up to in the past. Their footage of them when they were feuding with the Street Profits. They're trying to like re-promote them, not repackage them, just kind of re-push them. Next week they'll be on the show. Right, here's Drew. The thought of the possible Randy swerve did cross my mind during that Riddle promo, says LB. It'd be so good if it is. If they've managed to fool all those people. God, Drew looks incredible. Drew looks great. He's got like a vest shirt on. It looks like he's been smashing it in the gym. Drew looks great. He's just in jeans and like a black vest top, but 9 Ball Paul has been on Sky this week with the World Cup, and the Mosconi Cup has been on for years. Yeah, as I say, it might be on Sky, but I've not seen it. If it's on there, it's not on, like, I mean, I don't know what channel it's on. I don't know if it's on Sky Sports 3, Sky Sports, whatever. It's certainly not something that's that I ever come across as I'm flicking through the channels. Constantly seeing like snooker and different things, but I've never flicked through the channels and come across Paul. So I don't know what time it's on or what channel it's on. But I believe it's available. I believe it's out there. Drew looks jacked. British Soundboard Prank said, pushing the Viking Raiders thing again. Let it die. Imagine trying to introduce a casual to WWE as something cool and they see the Viking Raiders. It's embarrassing, said British Soundboard Pranks. Viking Experience are coming back, said Wrestle with Andy. Doug said, if there's another interference to make Roman Reigns still WWE Undisputed Universal Champion, then help me. If there is another interference, there could be. Could be. Sky Sports Action. James Kenny, the forbidden door to the prohibited house with barred windows. Will you eat an unlawful dinner while sitting on the unauthorized couch? Did you see NXT UK are going to do Tyler Bate Trent Seven feuds? I saw that there was a turn there, yeah. Who was 2020's Money in the Bank winner? Otis or Miz? It was Otis. And then Miz managed to get the briefcase off of him. I think, was it through a stupid law court thing? I think there was, like, he managed to sue Otis and win the briefcase off of him. And so, like, it was Otis that won it, but he never got a chance to cash it in. I think when Otis won, a lot of us were like, Otis? Otis. But yes, Otis. Yeah, he never got to cash it in. Hustle for Love said, it's not like watching a 2-hour show of AEW. Sad, really, said Hustle for Love. What, do you mean tonight? It's not like watching AEW? No, well, they are very different shows. They do cater for different audiences. I think, like, if you watch WWE hoping for it to be like AEW, it's never going to get there. Because AEW, like, really focuses on wrestling and, like, dare I say, the hardcore wrestling audience that's maybe a bit older. WWE is much more family entertainment. Much more. So, I don't know. Yeah, if you're hoping that this is going to become AEW, it just won't. Is it true Elias will be returning? It's true, but we don't know how they're going to do it. Big Time Back said, if you look at What Culture or YouTube, I read that one. That was when both Aleister Black and Rey Mysterio went flying off of the building. Yes. Did you know Roman only has 4 televised matches this year? All PLEs, no SmackDown matches. Premium live events. I was like, what the hell's a PLE? Premium live event. Did I know he's only had 4 matches? No, I didn't actually. He's had more than that. Do you mean solo-wise? Because I remember him being in a 6-man tag. But if it's like 4 like solo matches, is that true? 4 matches this year. I mean, he faced what? Seth at Royal Rumble. He faced Brock at WrestleMania. Who did he face? He wasn't at day 1, was he? In all fairness. I don't believe he was at day 1 because it was meant to be. Was it him and Brock? And then Brock ended up going into that other match. Over in... Was we in Saudi earlier this year? Did we go to Saudi earlier this year? I can't even remember. Did we go to Saudi? Don't know. I'm surprised. I'm surprised if it has only been 4 matches. That does surprise me. Goldberg. Was it Goldberg in Saudi? Let's have a look. WWE. Right, we've got Drew in the ring with Adam Pearce. We've got the Brawling Brutes backstage. Yeah, it was the elimination. That's right. It was the Elimination Chamber, of course, with Alexa. Interesting. If WrestleMania 1 isn't successful, WWE goes under because Vince is so in debt. Vince did a fair share of TV deals. If you read Horn Baker's Death of the Territories for TV deals and stuff like that relating to wrestling, says Brenton. I want to show support days. I couldn't bear to touch the super chat. That's fine, dude. Did you know that Raw has 5 commercial breaks an hour? Jeez. Look at Sean Ross Sapp's tweet. He said he's received a lot of reactions about Vince's appearance, from confused to enraged. Why would anyone be enraged? Why would anyone be enraged? He says that he's had people... former talent. Former talent. Well, okay, I can understand former talent being enraged. Do you know what I mean? Former talent that's probably got an axe to grind. I can understand that. Numerous talents at WWE Smackdown believe that Sasha Banks has been released and that both sides are just holding off on a statement WWE has not confirmed the report originally reported by Raj. I'll keep working on more details for more solid confirmation. So now that's evolved. It's evolved now to numerous talents. Right, we've got Sheamus in the ring with Drew. Are you watching SmackDown on TV? No, I'm watching it on Sky Sports. No, BT Sport. BT Sport 1. We will go to halftime scores after this. Oh, God, what is... So much going on. Right, so just looking at this qualifying match last week, there was a double count out or double DQ. Do you think Naomi and Sasha will return? Well, the rumours are that Sasha's gone, and as I said, last week I'd heard rumours that she wanted out of her contract. I did put that video up earlier when WrestleVotes sort of confirmed it, and that was good enough for me. I think that she's got out of her contract, to be honest. I think that she's requested to get out of her contract, and I think she has managed to do it. I don't know that Naomi is the same. I don't think Naomi is going to look to get out of hers. Sheamus is in the ladder match. Okay, so Sheamus is in the match. He said, how does it feel to know that you are second best? Boss fight must made a great Valkyrie figure. Eric, shout out to you. Strikes coming in, knee to the midsection by Drew. Drew McIntyre's in as well. So Drew McIntyre is in. So Drew is in Money in the Bank. Sheamus is in Money in the Bank. They're both in Money in the Bank. So Sheamus was gloating. And he didn't allow Adam Pearce to finish. If he had, then he would have realised that both of them have been added to Money in the Bank. So Sheamus is in and Drew is in. He didn't let Pearce finish, says Larry. What do you think about the title clash? I think I'm feeling pretty good for Roman to retain. I do think the chances of Riddle winning have increased by the news. I think that definitely there's an argument that WWE might want to sweep like, you know, the Vince stuff under the carpet by crowning a new champion. I think that's I can see the logic there. I just don't think that they would do it. I don't think they would sacrifice this Roman Reigns title reign that's over 600 days long just for you know, to sweep it under. We are seeing Sammy. He was backstage. He was about to knock on the door to Roman, and he thought twice about it. And here's Kayla. Do you think there's any ill will knowing you are the reason as to why Roman's got to defend? Sammy said, I'm an honorary oos. Can you see any other honorary ooses? No, it's just me. Everything is fine. Okay, they're both just staring at each other. Sammy decides to walk away. Here's Raquel Rodriguez. Here is Raquel Rodriguez making her way out. Don't know who she's going to be facing. Rodriguez. So, money in the... Oh, look at that back. Oh, what a back. Wonderful. It's my favorite part of the week. We get to see Raquel Rodriguez's back. Just the gift that keeps on giving, isn't it? Her back. I can totally understand why Braun Strowman goes out with her. One look at that back and he must have been like, oh, she's showing it again! Yeah! She's taking on Shayna Baszler. Shayna Baszler against Raquel Rodriguez coming up next. Right, halftime scores. Everybody, it's the halftime scores. Are you happy it's the halftime scores? I really want to know your halftime scores. Are you happy it's the halftime scores? Won't you tell me all your halftime scores? Put them in the chat, let them show. Halftime scores. Everybody, it's the halftime scores. Get in your halftime scores. They are 8 minutes late. It's not my fault. It's your fault. I don't know why. But put them in the chat. Out of 10, what do you score this show? Think of everything we've seen. We've had the emotion of that Vince McMahon segment when he came out and he said, then, now, together, forever. Or whatever it is, the other way around. But he said that. We all cried. It was very emotional. Think about then Happy Corbin against Madcap Moss. Just an incredible match. It's fantastic. You know, think about that. Think about Shanky dancing. And again, the emotion that generated. And Shanky dancing away. And we were all drying our eyes. It was so beautiful. Sometimes some of the most powerful moments are moments that aren't even spoken. And I think Shanky showed us exactly that. And then, we just had Raquel coming out, showing off her back, really, again, reminding us of, just what humanity is capable of. Just what can be achieved when you put your mind to things. You, too, can have a back. So, do you know what I mean? She's got one, and she shows it off. And if that's not influencing your score, what will? What will? So, get in your scores. Chandler said, you sound like a WWE promoter. Well, I have picked up some of the slack now that Vince has stepped to one side. I did get a phone call earlier where they were like, listen, Steph's got to do this. Nick Khan's doing this. Vince is doing creative. Can you just do the promoting side for us? And I was like, sure, that's no problem. It's no problem. Cynthia, hello. Shout out to you. Cynthia says, appreciate the support, my friends. Cynthia says, hey, Days, how are you? I'm doing good. It's manic today, as you, I'm sure, are fully aware. I like Riddle. I don't see him winning unless it is a DQ. Yeah, that's a good point. He could actually win tonight, but just not get the title. That's a really good shout. He could get a count-out victory. He could get a DQ victory, but I agree. I can't see him winning the titles. I do feel like he's just a step behind where he needs to be. I don't know if it's the injury to Randy and the fact that Riddle is, he's over with the crowd and people love him, but maybe there's just not that momentum behind him. Maybe that momentum's kind of slowed. You know, he had the tag belts, they lost them, and Randy got injured, and he's just sort of bobbed around for a few weeks. He's still over. People still love him, but man, is he the person to take the belts off Roman? I've got to say no. He just doesn't feel like he is at the moment. He doesn't feel like that guy, but we'll see. We'll see what comes of it. I like him. I'm the same as you. I like him. And I think he absolutely can get somewhere, but I don't think he's there yet. I don't think he's there right now. But he does definitely feel like a big star. If you compare what he feels like before he was in Arcade Bro to where he is now, it is night and day. So, Cynthia, shout out to you. I hope you're well. Hope you're enjoying the show. We've got Shayna Baszler just making her way down. We got Lacey Evans on commentary. Wake up, work, and win. Yeah? Wake up, work, and win. Never forget. We've got 6s, 5s, 3.5s. McAvoy Production said, did you hear about Dave Hebner? I did, yes, I did. Very sad. Very, very sad. Here's Shayna. Shayna says she is going to ruin the dreams of Raquel Rodriguez and become Miss Money in the Bank. Gotta tell you, Raquel actually carrying that briefcase, I think it's a bit early, but she wouldn't be the worst, would she? I mean, if she carried it for quite a while, you know, if you didn't have a cashing it in until next year, I feel like Raquel actually is not a bad shout. Shayna Baszler against Raquel, 2 former NXT Women's Champions, and I think, didn't both of them have a couple of reigns as well? Duck underneath, club to the back, Shayna Baszler goes down, 1. It's 1 count, shoulder up. Who do you think dethrones Roman? I think Seth will cash in on Roman. I think there's a good chance that it could be Seth. I feel like it could be Cody as well. I do like Sammy being a bit of an outsider. But, yeah, I think Seth, Edge, Cody have got to be amongst the favourites at the moment. I think Randy will attack Roman after the match. Maybe the reports are wrong, and maybe it will trick the Bloodline. Edward said there's no Gunther tonight. That's all right. I'm all right with no Gunther tonight. I'm all right with us not getting him every week. I'm also fine with seeing him. But, yeah, if we don't get him every week, that's actually good. I don't want to get, like, overexposed to him for the sake of it. I don't want to, like, see him every week just to kill TV time. Like, if we see him, I want it to be significant. Here's Shotzi and Aaliyah backstage watching the TV. Aaliyah's also staring at Shotzi. Aaliyah clearly can't trust Shotzi. Back elbow by Raquel. Knee to the midsection by Raquel. Big boot by Raquel as well. Shoulder up by Shayna. Shayna was booked like a badass in NXT. I would cut Dana Brooke. She is Eva Marie. Lack of wrestling ability, says Kevin. Legend Killer says, come on, Raquel. Let him in said Seth might repeat history and cash in. Corvid said they really need to have her work on her accent. Can you name Unstoppable Tag Team by naming wrestlers and using letters in your name, but they have to be wrestlers? I don't even understand what you mean. Don't know what you mean. Are you saying, like, can I name tag teams using the letters days? I mean, first of all, my first thought would be a tag team beginning with Z. I mean, God, in the history of wrestling, was there a tag team called the Zookeepers? I don't know. I suppose that there was a tag team that was Zeus and... who did he team with at SummerSlam? Raquel Rodriguez gets the win. He was in a tag team, wasn't he, Zeus? I want to say, like, the Macho Man. Macho Man and Zeus, maybe. So I could go with that. For Z. Demolition for D. Authors of Pain for A. And Evolution for E. Do you see Sammy getting involved tonight? Yeah, maybe to make amends. Yeah. Lacey applauding. Raquel victorious. We're backstage with Riddle. Here's Shinsuke. Shinsuke saying good luck. We've got 40 minutes till the end of the show, but they're saying that, wow, our main event is next. The Undisputed WWE Universal Championship match. Next. That seemed a bit easy. Right. Let's change this over. So it's gonna be Roman Reigns versus Riddle. It's going to be great to see the Tribal Chief again, isn't it, really? SmackDown always feels like such a big show when he's around. Exciting. We need Killer Instinct. No F's given. NXT Shayna back. God, don't mention backs. Whenever you mention backs, I just keep seeing Raquel doing this. Showing off her back. Sexy lady. Raquel wins against a former UFC fighter. Okay. Riddle causes a DQ on Roman and Riddle wins, perhaps, said Bismo. She won't win it, but it's a good opportunity for her, said Dizzle Dog. Main event is next. That's 40 minutes. They are going to give this time. Roman's entrance will take 20 minutes, says Shola. WWE has made Shayna a jobber. Such a shame because she is legit, says BBBB Yipsy. Did they cut Max Dupree? Oh, God, you're right. We haven't even spoke about that. There was only 3 things that were announced for tonight. The title match, Vince and Max Dupree. He's going to announce his new client. In all fairness, when we go back, I would imagine we'll probably go back to something before we go to the match. Like, they tend to have someone come down and then they'll cut to a backstage segment and then they'll cut back to, like, Roman coming out and then, you know, then we might get underway, but... Or we go to a commercial break and just before we go straight to the match, we go to something else first. So, I think there's still a chance we'll see Max Dupree. Speaking of ratings, AEW doing 761 this week. No NBA game on Wednesday, but they were against hockey. Meltzer said he did expect to drop, but not to those levels. Yes, I think it is a concern, to be honest. I think the concern, as soon as they announced they were doing this pay-per-view with New Japan, one of the big... not criticisms, because I don't think it should be criticised, but let's say concerns, was that there's a lot of people that don't watch New Japan. Like, I would say the vast majority of people don't watch New Japan. So you are now going to have to build to a show against a completely different promotion with a lot of stars that you are going to have to get people to care about. I mean, when you watch AEW week in, week out, you can build up CM Punk, John Moxley, or you can build up whatever, but how are you going to build Forbidden Door? I mean, not only are you going to have to... Yeah, here you go, we're going to Max Dupree now. Not only are you going to have to introduce these stars, you're going to have to then, in a very short time, make people care. Not only have you got to introduce them, but you've got to make people care, and that's hard. I think this whole thing is very niche, and I think it'll be in AEW's interest to kind of quickly do it and move on from it. Here's Max Dupree. Does that look like the soft, sexy lighting that you promised me? You will not see their faces or their hard bodies until you fix this. Okay, so Max Dupree is not going to be showing off his newest client because the lighting is not good enough. Not good enough. A single spotlight on the ring. How is that going to be good enough? I tell you, I'll be very interested to see what lighting they do come up with. But no titillating this week. Is it me, or does Max Dupree and Ezekiel look the same? Question mark. Raj Kumar, shout out to you. Hello. Said NXT televised has killed the excitement of new wrestlers. The last great new entry was Nakamura. OVW was good and not televised. What are your views? Well, I feel like NXT being on TV is okay. Because, oh yes, Gunther. We'll come back to that point. It's a good point. It's an interesting point. Gunther's victory was inevitable. Yeah. Yeah. This was created in a tournament in South America. I didn't expect the Rio de Janeiro tournament to be mentioned in 2022. Won by French-Canadian. Pat Patterson reference. Lots of flash, but very little substance. They're talking about how the Intercontinental has always been represented by, performers from international waters. I love the fact he doesn't talk. He just stands stoic, doesn't he? The Ring General. I am the new Intercontinental Champion. Who gets that belt off him? No one. That's who. No one. Not even Rodriguez's back could do it. Love that man. Love that man. Yeah, so NXT. I think it being on TV is fine. I think that if you think that it was on the network, and so I was watching it since 2015. So Sasha, Charlotte, Becky, Samoa Joe, Sami Zayn, Kevin Owens, all of these came up to WWE whilst it was on TV, whilst NXT was on TV. Not network TV, but on WWE Network. I would say that it's fine. You're not wrong, though, because there is a problem. I don't think the problem is us seeing them, because I think us seeing them actually gets us excited for, oh my god, can you imagine Bron Breakker when he arrives on the main roster? So you're aware of them. You can start dreaming about dream matches. The problem is, a good chunk of them, when they come to the main roster, get different music, get a different name, booked differently. aren't booked as good as they were in NXT. Do you know what I mean? Like, they come up and, like, you know, Raquel Gonzalez is now Raquel Rodriguez, who goes around smiling all the time. Like, she's not the badass that she was in NXT. Now she's just happy to be here. So I think, like, you watch them in NXT and you build up an opinion of them and you dream about your dream matches and you start going, oh, I'd love to see this, I'd love to see that. When they actually come to the main roster, they're just not used the same. And they're not named, like, Pete Dunne, amazing. Couldn't wait for Pete Dunne to come to the main roster. And now he's Butch, running around being Scrappy-Doo. Like, for me, that's the problem. If you invest in what you see in NXT and dream about seeing that on the main roster, there's every chance it ain't going to be the same thing. So I feel like they need to sort that. I also think the quality of the show decreased when it went to 2 hours rather than it being 1 hour. And I think maybe there's too many external voices making noises. When it was on the WWE network and it was on their own network, they could put out the product they want. I don't know if, like, USA has been having words or, you know, if there's been other voices involved, but the product definitely changed when it went to USA and got worse. It felt so cool and, like, it felt a bit like what I would imagine AEW feels like to the hardcores. Like, if you're a hardcore AEW fan, I would imagine AEW feels like a club. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's a club. You've got your favorite people that tweet out about it, your favorite influencers, your favorite wrestlers, like, things are happening. They've now got figures. You feel like you're on that journey. You feel like you're supporting the underdog. And NXT felt like that. NXT felt like it was, you know, this little cool promotion that was giving you some of the best wrestling, had some of the best superstars, and you could also then dream about when they got to the main roster. And all of that got left behind. It's all gone. I don't know if it's back now. It wasn't when I was watching NXT 2.0, but yeah, I'd say largely it's gone. So I sort of agree and disagree. Right, Roman has got into the ring. He looks a bit like the painting from Ghostbusters. I don't know who that is. Who? Gunther. Oh. Got you. Got you. People saying we the ones, we the ones. Lots of we the ones. John says, John, shout out to you, buddy, says, Days, I think that Steph said something about Vince as she took time off when the scandal started, not when Triple H was on his deathbed, and now she is CEO. You think that Steph said something about Vince? What, you think she's the one that leaked it to the press? I don't think so. I think, like, I think she's grown up with WWE, and WWE, the company, means, like, a lot to her. I mean, you know, her family means a lot to her, but WWE is it's her everything. It's her brand. It's her identity. It's what, you know what I mean? It's her family. She's grown up with it. I don't think that she would want to, like, I don't think she'd want to drop her dad in it. I think she loves her dad. I mean, like, I'm sure she's disappointed by what he does and who he, like, you know, the affairs and all of that, and I'm sure she feels angry towards him, but I don't know that I can go as far as to say that she has tried to cause trouble for him and she's tried to leak that news and all of this. I feel like that's just not the impression I have of Stephanie. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe she's conniving. Maybe she inherited that from Vince. It's just business. But I don't think so. I think she's daddy's girl. I think she loves him and, you know, would never want to hurt him in that way. So I think it's probably more likely that Vince knew that this investigation was coming, took Stephanie out of the company, saying to her, I am going to need you to be CEO at some point, and rather than us just doing it, and we might as well take you out. You can spend, like, you know, a bit of time with the kids, the family, we'll sort out like your responsibilities, get them redistributed, and I don't know when I need you, but when I need you to be CEO, you'll be free and we'll bring you in. So I feel like there's probably a good chance it was that. There's probably a good chance it was that. I mean, Steph stepping aside at the time felt like nothing story to me, but without knowing the bigger picture, I mean, there was no way of knowing, was there? I mean, to me, when she stepped aside, it was like just a bit of her taking a bit of a break. Like, I didn't really think much of it. But now, I kind of look at it and think, well, I reckon she probably did just step aside because this was the plan. The plan was she was going to be free and would take over from Vince and being CEO and everything, so... Yeah, but I can't say that she didn't, like, you know, go and say anything. She could have said some stuff. I feel like the Sasha story, I mean, maybe I'm just missing it, but I feel like the Sasha story is kind of really going under the radar at the moment. I really feel that WrestleVote's tweeting it is big deal. I know a lot of people are waiting for the official confirmation and they're waiting for Sean Ross Sapp to like come out and confirm it, but I think WrestleVote's coming out and confirming it is big. Maybe because Raj already put it out there, people have kind of already sort of got their head around it and they're just sort of accepted it already. They're just waiting for like confirmation, like I was. So maybe it doesn't hit the same as a result, but yeah, I feel like that's a huge story. Raj, 35 minutes ago, said, when all you haters are done apologizing, I'll give you another one. What? Wow. 25 minutes ago, Raj said, this was only aimed at the haters, especially that said they would find my address. The rest of you are awesome. So, Raj, 36 minutes ago, saying, once you're all done apologizing to me for that scoop the other day, I'll give you another one. So he's got something else up his sleeve here. So we might have something else coming out. Oh my God. It's just... Right, we've got Roman in the ring. We've got Riddle in the ring. Hustle for Love said, what do you expect to happen overall? I expect Sasha to go. I expect Vince to have to take some time out to get this stuff investigated. I expect him to, maybe, you know, for a good few months, maybe even longer than that, he will be out of the picture. And Steph will be in charge. But Steph will just do what Vince wants. And by early next year, I imagine Vince will be back in the CEO position. That's how I see it playing out. Anything outside of that, I mean, maybe the timelines I could be off on, but... anything outside of that, I will be shocked. I said earlier, the other day, if Vince is removed from his position permanently, I will be shocked. Absolutely shocked. I tell you what, Raj, if all of this does come through with Sasha and that confirmation comes through, Raj will be someone that I think people will have time for. I think people will then, treat him as a really, really good source. What is it on? I've got it on BT Sport 1. NXT UK is still class, says Noah. Danny, shout out to you. Riddle is smashing him. He is smashing him at the moment. He is smashing him. Floating bro. Roman goes down. Roman goes down. Feels like we might be going to a commercial break. And we are. Commercial break. Thank God. That felt like at least 5 minutes of action. And I was getting worried. I was getting worried that I was going to have to concentrate for longer than 5 minutes. But we do have commercial break. What type of pens do you like to write with? Oh, I just have biros. But I write notes after notes after notes. I mean, I've got UFC notes, notes about wrestling figures, notes about the World Cup, what pot people are in, and I'm drowning in notes. Got notes absolutely everywhere. I write all the time. Kevin said, Sportskeeda show with Dr. Chris Featherstone and Vince Russo. There is a bro counter meter on Russo's side of the screen. That is some funny, good stuff, pal. What, is that every time Russo says bro, there's a counter? I bet that thing's flipping broke. Big Time Baxter said, I thought AEW's audience was built of New Japan, Ring of Honor, and a mixture of NXT fans. Well, definitely its core will have been people that watched New Japan. But the problem is that, you know, their audience is about 900,000. Because that just is what they get every week. They get about 900,000. So their audience right now is that. Now, an X% of that is going to be made up of people that have, you know, got into them since they started, got into them since they became AEW. Like, not all of that 900,000 is made up of New Japan fans or NXT fans. A good chunk of that, and there's no way of putting a number on it, but a good chunk of it is going to be people that have come in since CM Punk came in since Bryan Danielson came in. Like, all of these people they've added have definitely had an effect. Just because it's not shown in the ratings every week doesn't mean they've had no impact. I mean, CM Punk coming in had an impact. So, and it would have brought, like, more eyes to the product. And these eyes are people that have not engaged with New Japan. New Japan, or engaged, maybe even not engaged with NXT. Maybe aren't even aware of what the Young Bucks have done. You know, they are a company 3 years in now. There might be people that discovered them during COVID, during lockdown. So I would say that, yes, there's a healthy percentage that are aware of New Japan, but it's not something that you look at and think this is going to help generate growth. Because certainly not from the get-go, because you're going to have to introduce these wrestlers to your wider audience now, and you're going to have to make them care, put them in interesting stories, not just things that are thrown together, and then you're going to have to, you know, build to this pay-per-view. And I just think that at the moment, if you're not really into this story, this, you know, I'm not really too bothered by this. You know, there's no CM Punk around. We're not seeing Bryan Danielson. I'm not really feeling the New Japan stuff. Like, for some people, it's not going to take loads to decide to watch a game instead. If there's a game on, like NHL, it's not going to take much for them to be like, oh, I'm not really feeling the stories with AEW right now. I'll watch this instead. So, you know, the game was on, and people did choose to go elsewhere. I mean, they didn't even get their normal 900,000. Because there was clearly people that decided that would normally watch, that it was going to be more enjoyable for them to watch the sport instead. I do feel a bit sorry for AEW because, like, do you know what I mean? Like, had they have not been going up against that, I'm sure they would have still churned out a really good result, like maybe still their 900,000. But this New Japan story is not going to be getting them into 1 million plus because it's too niche. You've got to introduce a lot of talent, and you know it takes time for people to care. So, but I think they would have known that. I think that when they went into it, they probably went into it thinking to themselves, well, it might not be crazy for growth, but it's going to really resonate with our core audience, and our core audience is going to really enjoy it. And you know, this you can play this out for them. It's like an additional show, isn't it? It's not replaced anything. It's not like you're getting this instead of All In. You're getting this like, you know, as an additional show. So I don't know. It's all right. It's all right. I don't think the build's been that great. I don't think they've done a great job of making people feel like that big. I don't think Tanahashi felt like a big star the other day at all. So, but it's difficult. I mean, they've just got no time to do it. And having to, like, introduce so many new people. And do it while CM Punk gets injured and all this kind of stuff. So, do you know what I mean? They're going down roads they weren't expecting to go down. Kip up by Riddle. How long have we got? We've still got 19 minutes here. Against the ropes goes Riddle. Forearm strike by Riddle. Looking for an exploder. Riddle. Sent on. Knees up by Roman. Roman getting his knees up. Roman going over to the corner. Roman charging over. Back elbow by Riddle. Riddle going up top. Comes crashing down. 1, 2. Shoulder up. Shoulder up. Riddle's face there. Couldn't believe it. Riddle was super, super close. Super close. Come on, Roman, says Legend Killer. Hunter said, I don't get is why WWE is doing this with us, knowing that Roman will keep the belt until September, at least against Drew. Well, I mean, you got to remember that we talk a lot about casuals and we talk a lot about hardcores, and we were just talking about that in regards to AEW. The same can be said for WWE. If you're a hardcore WWE fan, then you might have heard the rumors and the reports and the speculation. There's a real good chunk of people that just watch the shows and just enjoy them, and maybe don't even watch them every week, but it's like, you know, they flick through the channels, they come across it. So, you know, there's a chunk of people that might not know which way this is going to go. And as I said, I think the news about Vince has kind of put that little seed of doubt into this match. Still feel really confident, though, that this is going to be Roman. And I'm probably even more confident than the chat, to be honest. The chat, as you can see, over 3,500 votes. 68% have said that it's going to be Roman. 31% said that it's going to be Riddle. I know that doesn't add to 100, but it'll be 68 points somewhat, 31 points somewhat, and that's why it adds to 100. But, yeah, I reckon I'm probably more like 85% Roman, 90% Roman. I mean, I gave Riddle literally no chance, so even if he has now a 10% chance, still a big increase on where he was before, like, you know, all this happened with Vince. But I can see the argument of, like, put the belt on Riddle and, you know, then at least that gives wrestling fans something else to talk about, something else to focus on. And who knows, even if it's not going to be that, maybe if Randy does attack Riddle, that would be something else, you know. That would be clever because not only does Roman retain, but you are still providing a big talking point. I feel like this SmackDown hasn't yet delivered that big talking point, other than Vince's hello, then, now, forever together, let's get going. Apart from that, I don't think there's been anything on this show that's been a big talking point. Maybe we get it at the end of this show, and it might not be Riddle winning, but Randy turning on him. I can't see why Randy would do that, because you can't lead to a match. Not if Randy's going to be out for the rest of the year. It's not gonna, you know, it's not gonna lead to a match, and I don't even know if he can do anything physical at the moment. I don't know. But maybe all of those reports were false, and maybe it was just to throw us all off. It'd be cool if Brock showed up at the end. Honestly, knowing Riddle has got no chance of winning this makes me not care about this, says Stone. It's good they keep the title off TV, says Brent. I see no reason to take the belt off him. New storylines they need to continue with. Vashantha says Vince is the best. Hustle for Love said Riddle is a joke. Ooh. There's a lot more anti-Riddle sentiment than I was expecting, you know. I thought that Riddle was relatively popular. I thought that he was relatively over. I think he still is. But maybe he's just not everyone's cup of tea. I do agree, though. I don't think there's much chance of him winning here, but I still think there's a chance of something happening. I don't know that I can see him just losing, getting pinned, and that's it. Boo Riddle, said Evil Twin. WWE Fan 14, shout out to you. Paranormal Presence says Roman is looking chubby. Do you know what? I don't want to really go down that road, but I do agree. I did notice him and thought that he looked just a little, maybe not as sharp as he usually does. Maybe not quite as toned as he usually is. It's a high bar that he sets. It's a high standard that he sets, but it is true. He does seem to have a little bit more around the midsection. Normally, he's just ripped and jacked and looks like a flipping god. Roman back in the corner. Roman, kick there by Riddle. Roman back into the corner. Against the ropes goes Roman. Lovely power slam by Riddle. I tell you what Riddle's doing here, though, is showing that he can hang at this level and he can, execute his moves and engage with the crowd. And I mean, look, here he's going for that draping DDT. He's looking out at the crowd. As soon as he hit that power slam there, he's looking out at the crowd. He's constantly keeping the crowd involved. He's constantly maintaining that connection. Slams Roman on the edge of the commentary table. Into the ring post goes Riddle. Roman is stale. Riddle winning would shake things up, says Cliff. CM Punk is injured. Cody is injured. And now Roman injured. I think we've got... Is that a Randy chant from the crowd? Draping DDT. Boom! Riddle gets it. Draping DDT by Riddle. Draping DDT. Riddle is looking for that RKO. Goes up. Oh, almost got it. Almost got it. Roman was able to throw him off and a Superman punch. 1, 2. Shoulder up. It's still 11 minutes to go here. 11 minutes to go. He's doing well, though, Riddle. He's doing well. He's showing that he can hang at this level. Is it not bizarre how Raw ratings can influx between 1.5 and 1.9, but when AEW go to 761, they're mostly stuck at 9. They can't go up or down. I just think that WWE have got maybe more casuals. I think it's hard to know what WWE's core base is and how many of their fans and viewers are casuals, but that number is going to be bigger than AEW's. AEW might have a core base of, say, 700,000 and the casuals are 200,000. So 700,000 is guaranteed, and most weeks they can get, another couple of 100,000 casuals to tune in. With WWE, perhaps theirs is, 1.3, 1.4. RKO connects! 1, 2... Oh, my God! Oh, that was close. That was close. Hits the RKO. 1, 2. Shoulder up. I mean, it is literally, the timing on that is so close. Ooh, so close. That's 2.999 recurring. Floating, bro! Comes crashing down on Roman. He's trying to draw from the people. Roman up on his feet. Again, he denies the RKO. Spear in the air. Mid-air spear by Roman. 2, 3. Roman retains. Roman Reigns retains. Roman. Wow. Riddle came off the ropes. Springboarded back. And as he came back, Roman mid-air with a spear. We still got 8 minutes. What's going on? We got 8 minutes. What's this? Roman getting the job done. He left the island of relevancy. He got on the private boat, got on the private plane, made his way over to SmackDown. And the tribal chief retains his undisputed WWE Universal Championship in a really fun match against Riddle. It was really good. It's really good. There we go. We got the Bloodline. Bloodline standing tall. We got the Usos in the ring with their belts. Got Roman in the ring with his belt. We got 8 minutes. 8 minutes. Is someone going to interfere? Is someone going to challenge Roman? Like, how have we still got 8 minutes? How are we going to kill 8 minutes? Acknowledge him. Riddle caught in the air, speared. Boom. Hayden said, "We the ones. We the ones." Is Max Dupree the main event? Max Dupree. They're gonna have to get him to promo, aren't they? They're gonna have to get him to promo. In fact, I've just noticed Heyman does have a microphone. Ah, there we go. He puts the hand out. We're going to hear from the tribal chief. We're going to hear from Roman Reigns. Boos for Roman. There's no one left. There's no one left. There'll be someone. I told him over 2 years ago that I'm here to wreck everyone. And then I'm leaving. We wrecked Riddle. And now we're leaving. Roman's saying there is no one left. There's one thing left to do. Minneapolis. Acknowledge me. He's got a big smile on his face. And he does say it. And they sort of acknowledge him. Microphone is chucked out the ring. I'm wondering if someone will step up. Or is this just going to be us acknowledging Roman? Roman cuts his promo, looks out at the fans. Looks like he's leaving the ring as well. Ah! The Beast! The Beast! Brock Lesnar! Bum, bum, ba bum, bum, bum. Bum ba bum 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 ba bum bum ba ba bum bum. Ha ha ha! The Beast comes walking out, smile on his face. Smile on the face. He's rocking some double denim. He's got a black cowboy hat, but Brock returns. Brock returns. Roman has dealt with Riddle. He said there's no one left. He's dealt with Brock, in all fairness. He's dealt with Brock. But hasn't dealt with him to the point that Brock has gone away for good. Felt that this show was gonna have something big in it. Because WWE desperately trying to get rid of that bad PR. If you search WWE in the morning, there's a chance that you might see that Brock Lesnar came back. And right now we've got Brock and Roman face to face. In case of emergency, break glass. And that's what I think WWE have done. With Randy not around, could it be that Brock is to be his next opponent? But Brock has put his hand out here. This is interesting. Brock's saying, look, respect. Roman. Oh, of course. F5. Boom. Roman went to shake his hands. The Usos jumping in. It's going to be another F5. Boom. Another F5. You get an F5. And you get an F5. And you get an F5. Everyone gets an F5. The Beast. The Beast returns. So, yeah, it looks like with Randy out the picture, the plan was Riddle, Randy, Drew. Looks like it's going to be Riddle, Brock, and then maybe Drew afterwards. So, as we say, in case of emergency, break glass. Call up the farmer. Brock Lesnar is back. Boom! I don't know that that's the end of Roman, to be honest. I don't think that's the end of his reign. I think that he'll probably retain there as well. I can see it being a case that he will retain against Brock. It feels like we're building towards Drew. I mean, in all fairness, they could have moved Drew earlier. They've decided not to because of, I think, Clash at the Castle. I think Drew and Roman is likely to be Clash at the Castle. It's great, though. It's always great seeing Brock Lesnar. He's legit. I like the way they set it up as well. They're like, there's no one left. And as soon as he says that, you go, oh, there's got to be someone. There's got to be someone. And there was. There was a beast. A beast. Brock Lesnar returns at the end of Smackdown. Let's get. The Beast is back! Yeah! Bum. Bum, ba-dum, bum, bum. We gotta get over to Rampage now. Bum. Bum, ba-dum, bum. Right, get in your scores. Give me a second and I will get that up on screen. I'll get the poll done. So, great final match though. Great main event. Really enjoyed that. I thought Riddle did an excellent job. Big talking point as well, which is what WWE were looking for. Vince has been on the show. We've had Roman retaining. And the Beast obviously returning. Roman Reigns beats Riddle. Bum, bum, ba-dum, bum. Ba-da-dum, bum. Do you know what? There's been loads of news and loads to talk about and loads going on. I know, like, there's a lot of moody stuff happening in wrestling, but it is exciting, isn't it? Like, I don't know about you, but, I mean, we've done loads of, like, streams, like, the majority of streams where there's just, like, little bits of news and there's not really, like, loads going on. This has just been insane. I mean,
I'm sort of kind of pleased that it's not always like this as well. I mean, it's just crazy. Maybe a bit too crazy. And maybe some of the stuff is a bit too moody. Like most things with wrestling, there's rarely any good news. But there's certainly lots to talk about. Okay, Moxley making his way down. Let's go into the chats. Dizzle Dog, shout out to you, my friend. Shout out to you. Appreciate the kind words. What do you score? WWE Smackdown. Smackdown. 7757. We've got Dante Martin coming out, I believe, on Rampage. We'll get the graphics changed. So much going on. So much going on. The part-timers are back. What a surprise. I get hyped when Brock's music hits. Yeah, same. Something about his music's so great. Boom, boom, boom. It fits him perfect. Perfect. It's a bit like how The Undertaker's music was like perfect for him. It's like Brock's is perfect for him as well. And when it hits, it's just really... It's cool, man. Right, 6.25. Matthew says, see you Monday, buds. Brock Lesnar returns to WWE and attacks Roman Reigns. Right, we've got... we are underway with this one. Dante against Moxley. 8 out of 10, says Hayden. Okay, let's change this over whilst people are putting in their thoughts. We are into the final hour of the stream. Dante Martin versus John Moxley. 10 out of 10 for the most shocking return of the year. Next week looks exciting. IC title match, 2 Money in the Bank qualifying matches, and Max Dupree, a.k.a. Mace. Yeah, that'll be good. Always good to see Gunther. Does feel like this week was a very special week. I mean, in all fairness, it was going to be special anyway before the Vince stuff, because it's not often that we get a title match, is it? Like, for the big belt. It's not often we get a Roman match for the belts on SmackDown. So, you know, there was a lot of excitement going into this SmackDown anyway. But, yeah. To get Brock back as well afterwards. Vince got what he wanted. Us having a talking point at the end of the show. Yes. Do you think Brock is coming back to help Vince get some pressure off him, or was this always in the works? My gut feeling is that it's probably a bit of both. I think that with Randy out the picture, they were going to need a replacement. And there's every chance that they got Brock in mind to be that replacement. I mean, maybe if it wasn't quite as much pressure on Vince at the moment, they would have run with, like, maybe Nakamura. You know, they could have run with someone else instead. But, so, I think there's probably... It's hard to know what came first, but I think it's perfect for them. So, you know, if you search WWE, as we keep saying, they're going to want it to be a case that there's some other than the Vince allegations that you find. And, you know, right now, Brock coming back, I think, is quite big, quite newsworthy. I mean, I don't think we've seen him since WrestleMania. So it's been a good... It's not the longest time. It's not like years and years. It's been a few months, but certainly not someone that we were expecting to see. And there was no rumours going into tonight that Brock was going to be, on the show. So, yeah, I mean, they kept it quiet as well. Them keeping it quiet is flipping newsworthy. The fact it didn't leak, the fact that it never got out that Brock was there. How amazing that there's people reporting that there's lots of talk backstage that Sasha has been released and basically confirming what Raj had said the other day. But no one noticed Brock Lesnar. There's lots of talk backstage that Sasha has been released. And also there's a big beast of a man walking around, just so you should know. I want to know what Raj has got to say, because he did say he had something else up his sleeve. He said, Raj, a couple of hours ago, said he never doubted his sources. Just tagging in on the Wrestle Votes thing. Just a heads up, there was a lot... Oh. Look. Look, it never ends. It never flipping ends. Just a heads up that there is a lot of crazy news right now, and I'm waiting to make sure it's confirmed. I don't think anything will be out tonight or this weekend, but stay tuned. I do like this one as well. When all you haters are done apologising, I'll give you another one. But just a heads up. So this is Raj, who is the founder of Wrestling Inc. And also apparently IndianDating.com. I didn't know that. Guys, if you are interested in some Indian dating and you're a wrestling fan, IndianDating.com. I'm going to click on that right now. Can't tell me about Indian dating and me not explore it. IndianDating.com. There's a lady right there. Straight up, there's a lady. It's your chance to meet Indian singles today. Trust our dating site for Indians in the USA. Do I have to be Indian? I probably have to be in the USA though, don't I? Meeting Indian singles dating at IndianDating.com is about having fun and enjoying the moment, connecting online, opening doors, making traditional dating a thing of the past. While there may be many Indian dating sites in the USA to choose from, I bet there's loads. I bet all you do is trip over Indian dating sites. But we're confident our service is the right pick for you. Whether you're into passionate dates... I don't know, can you request those? What's that? Or are seeking companionship? Our Indian dating website ticks every box. It's about immersing yourself in the entire experience and exploring the many reasons why members keep returning. No secrets or mysteries surround our matchmaking. Everything is in one place. God, I could read all of this. I flipping love it. Flipping love it. What I might do is on the Wrestling Escape Pod, I might sign up to this. Which is maybe a little bit silly because I'm not in America. But, I mean, listen, this guy seems to have broken some pretty big news this year. And he deserves support. So I might support him by joining IndianDating.com. But, yeah, he says, just heads up, there's a lot of crazy news waiting to get it confirmed. I don't think anything will be out tonight or this weekend, but stay tuned. Bum, bum, bum. Strikes coming in by Moxley. Mercedes Venado is trending. Dark day for the Sasha stands. Dark few days for the Sasha's. Dark month, if you think about it. Sasha Banks got the world. Now it's Mercedes Varnado's turn. Hashtag thank you, Sasha. Emotional. Very emotional. Break glass with an axe inside the glass. Brock Lesnar. It's not breaking. It's obvious that Brock showed up to set up a match. The big news, Naomi gets released. WWE Twitter. WWE Twitter. People saying WWE Twitter. WWE Twitter. Just announced Brock Lesnar will challenge Roman for the Undisputed Championship at SummerSlam. 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 Jeez. That's not the next pay-per-view. Next pay-per-view is Money in the Bank. SummerSlam. Well, there we go. SummerSlam. SummerSlam is going to be Brock versus Roman. Guessing Roman retains, and then Clash at the Castle. Clash at the Castle will likely be Roman and Drew. Is that where it hurts inside and comes crashing down? Will it all end at Clash at the Castle? Do you think that's where finally Roman will lose? I don't think he loses it to the Beast at SummerSlam. Dante gets flipped over. Moxley down. Kick out by Moxley. It was going to be Money in the Bank. I'm not surprised. Last Man Standing. I can't remember the last time I saw one of those. Last Man Standing match. Matisse said, I love Brock because he's so hype, but I don't care about another Roman Brock match. Chronic said, Play-Doh started out. Kojiko. Let's have a read of your thing. Play-Doh started out as a wallpaper cleaner before the head of the struggling company realised the non-toxic material made a good modelling clay for children and rebranded it. Oh, that's interesting. That's interesting. Jonah said, it's not a surprise. Roman was taken off promotional material for Money in the Bank. SummerSlam match is Last Man Standing. It's not a surprise because it was reported that he's not going to be at Money in the Bank, but I did wonder if they, it seems a bit strange to bring him out now and do it now. I wonder if they've gone early because of the Vince thing. I mean, everyone is building towards Money in the Bank, and here we've got Roman and Brock building to SummerSlam. So, on the one hand, I do agree it's not surprising, because there's plenty of reports saying that he wasn't going to be at Money in the Bank. There's plenty of reports saying that. But on the other hand, I do think it is surprising, because why the flip are we starting the build for SummerSlam right now? Unless you bring out Brock tonight so that it buries some of that Vince McMahon stuff. Wrestler Andy said, I could see Brock winning the Universal so that Roman's WWE title reign continues. I think it might be the other way around, because the Universal title reign is the one that's the long one, the legendary one. So maybe Brock takes the WWE so that but saying that, I can't, in case of emergency, break glass in it. I can't see it being a case that Brock's going to be around for long. So, I don't know. I mean, maybe he gets past Brock, but maybe Drew gets the WWE? Because I think there is a draft coming up. I think there's a draft coming up. I don't think they'll lose the Universal. I feel like the Universal is the one he's got to hold the longest. Because that's the one he's had for 600 odd days. Maybe Seth cashes in. Oh, God, yeah, the cash in. Yeah, the cash in. That's a really good point. Even if it's not going to be Brock, someone can come running down. Or someone can come running down at any point, so that's a really good point. The cash in. Do feel like Roman's going to lose one of these titles soon. What if Brock just takes the WWE title off Roman and goes back to Raw? Weirdly enough, I don't really mind Brock Roman again, but then again, I just got back into WWE for their second meeting, said Huff Sports Media. I just don't know. I don't want Brock to be the one. I said that at the time, and nothing's changed. When it was WrestleMania, I said I don't want Brock to be the one that ends this title reign. Right, we got Taz, we got Excalibur, and we got the Wizard, Chris Jericho, on commentary. Yeah, I don't know. I think like what Brock could do is wear Roman down, and then maybe someone comes in and cashes in on him. Tribal Chief versus Beast for Undisputed Gold. Seth winning Money in the Bank to give us some deja vu. Deja vu. Uh-huh. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. God, so much going on. So much going on. Seth Rollins' tweet is good. What's Seth saying? Seth Rollins. Do. Is it Seth freaking Rollins? Seth. Don't know. Why can't I find Seth Rollins? Oh. He's changed it to Seth Mr. Money in the Bank Rollins. Seth has got his hand on his face emoji. So Seth's not impressed. But in all fairness, the plan for him is, clearly they've got other plans for him. Whatever that might turn out to be. I do feel like probably the briefcase is heading his direction. I do agree with that. Did you see Trent Seven's turn? I did, yes. Edward said, I'm sorry, but why is Brock back? Wrestling was just getting good, and it's more than likely Brock will beat him, and Cody doesn't bury talent again. I'm getting sick of it. I think that they need a big name to take on Roman, and they've decided that Brock's that name. I would imagine, right, that the ratings for WrestleMania were meant to have been very, very good. Very good. And Brock just seems to have an impact. Like, I think it's really hard, like, balancing casual fans and hardcore fans. Like, hardcore fans that watch every week absolutely will want something different. We've done the Brock story. We did it for a long time as well. And I think that a lot of people will want to, move on. But I think there'll be a load of casual fans. Brock Lesnar's a draw, man. He's a massive star. I think when we look back at this era, this is the Roman Brock era. And I think when we look back on it, it'll be kind of... I don't know if it'll be remembered as that, but... Sort of like how Stone Cold and The Rock faced each other 3 times at like WrestleMania, and they were both big top stars. Sort of feels like Roman and Brock are Stone Cold and The Rock of, this generation. Obviously, Brock a little bit before that, but obviously he stepped away and did UFC. Didn't he come back roughly around the same time as when, I think he came back in 2012, after being away for so long, and that's just by chance the same year The Shield debuted. So it's sort of weird in a way that, yeah, Brock was around a long time before Roman, but he was out of it for a long time as well. And then I'm sure he came back 2012, the same year that The Shield got going. So I think if you look at it from the past 10 years, I think this is the Roman and Brock show. I'm a Brock hater. I hope Roman puts him in a retirement home, said Edwards. Surely Brock wins. Like, he really want to lose 4 times in a row in the space of 6 months, said Mouldy Spoon. I honestly don't know. I don't know. I mean, like, in that regard, it is kind of interesting, but my gut reaction is that it'll be a Roman victory. My gut reaction is it'll be a Roman win, and the reason why I say that is because I think that this was not the plan. The plan was Randy Orton. I mean, it seems like we were meant to get Riddle, then Randy, then Drew. And I think that Randy can't do it, and so they need a replacement. And I think maybe if this thing with Vince wasn't happening, that replacement might have been someone that was already in the company. Might have been a Shinsuke or someone like that. But instead, Vince has gone and spent the money again. Brought in Brock. And Brock Lesnar is now going to be the Randy Orton. He said, I had something to say, but somebody made me sign an NDA. So, there we go. An NDA. An NDA reference by Max Caster. Yo, listen. Genuinely think the plan is Seth gets the title, Cody wins the Rumble, they run it back for a 4th time. James said, I hope Fury puts AJ in a retirement. Oh, jeez, James. Oh, my God. Firing off on Anthony Joshua. We're going to have a very angry young Scottish man. I mean, there's loads of them anyway, in all fairness. But we're going to have one in our community after them comments. Days has become a Bollywood boy. Well, not yet, but once I get my Indian dating profile up and running, boom. Right, we are underway with... I don't even know what we're underway with. We've got some tag match, Bear Country and... Gun Club, is it? Bear Country against Gun Club. Bear Country and... Is that what they're still called? Bear Country? Country versus Gun Club. Yo, now listen. They both wanted the same thing, so we could see Mercedes and Wyndham do something in AEW. That's crazy. Crazy. Is this true? I just got up Brock Roman, but how? How, says Dan. Riddle lost, and then Roman was like, I've smashed everybody. And he was just about to leave the ring as Brock's music hit. So, yeah, and then WWE sent a message out saying SummerSlam. Okay, a victory. Surprised Bear Country didn't eat the tiny morsel that is Leon Ruff. No interest in Rampage. It's just background noise. There's too much drama going on. There was way too much drama going on. Way too much drama. We've got Hook. She tried to interview Hook, and Hook is just chewing, not responding. Here's Danhausen. Danhausen said he's very excited to face up to some of these New Japan Dojo masters. Here's Willow. I don't know anything about this Willow. TBS Championship being defended against Willow. She's getting a big entrance, isn't she? Her record is 1-3. She's coming out to like this big, like, she's coming out dancing away. She's got a TBS title opportunity. Her record's 1-3. I'm pretty sure I've got a better record in the women's division than Willow. Jeff as Willow. Yeah, that's Jeff. That's Jeff. They just don't want you to know that he's on the show. Right, let's end this poll. We're already half an hour in. Here is Jade Cargill making her way down. 52% of people said 8 to 10 for tonight's show. Wow. And the Brock moment's big. And the Vince moment is strange. But, yeah, 8 to 10, 52%, 7 to 775, 24, 6 to 675, 11, 575 or below, 10%. The next UK Wrestle Crate contains a Bret Hart autograph, says Alex. One day you'll be watching the Rumble countdown from 10 and you will see me march down to the ring, says James. Mark my words. Hope so, buds. That'd be good. Be great to have someone from our community in the Royal Rumble. So I hope that happens. Jade Cargill is my woman, says Larry. I thought me and James were bros, but after that disrespect, I want him in the boxing ring. Yes. Oh, God. How do we make that happen, James? James, how do we make that happen? You against Edwards in a community boxing match. That's my absolute flipping dream. I want to see that. What do you think of Drew winning Money in the Bank and using it to challenge Roman to a match Clash of the Castle? It would hurt my heart because that would feel like a waste of Money in the Bank because sort of feel like we already know that match is going to happen. We really don't need Drew to... I mean, we just don't need it. I feel like Money in the Bank is a lot more exciting when someone's running down and, you know what I mean, taking advantage. Because that's what it's for, isn't it? That's cashing it in beforehand, saying, "Oh, I want to face you at this," and giving them opportunity. And I mean, it'll be a nice moment because you know what I mean. It'll be a guaranteed title match. Drew from Scotland taking on Roman in Wales. I mean, it'd be cool. But I feel like we can get there anyway. I don't think we need Money in the Bank for it. Kiera Hogan coming over and stomping away on Willow on the outside of the ring. Heist of the Century 2.0. Maybe. He's got to be one of the favourites. Edge for Money in the Bank. The original Money in the Bank casher, says Brian. Hulk Hogan's daughter is cheating. Kick coming in by Jade. Still to come, we got Darby Allin taking on Bobby Fish. So we've got half an hour left to go. Half-time scores, said Espen. We don't tend to do them for Rampage, to be honest, buds. Don't tend to do them for Rampage. It wouldn't be a boxing match. He would get knocked out. I do believe that. I think you'd smash him, James, to be honest. But still, I'd like to see it. I think you'd make him humble. Like the Iron Sheik does. Makes people humble. Kiera Hogan's cake is summer. Days needs that in his life. Listen, My new life's motto is, if it's not on indiandating.com, I'm not interested. That's my new life's motto. Chicken Nugs said, how would they split up the titles? Maybe Money in the Bank winner cashes in on one. Yes. That would make sense. I think, we've spoke about this before. They really do need to get some clarity on that. Because right now we don't know what you can cash it in on. Is it both? Is it one? Is it the Universal? Is it the WWE? Like, we don't know. I mean, I suppose it depends who wins. I mean, if it's someone from SmackDown, maybe they have to cash it in on SmackDown Universal. And if it's someone from Raw, maybe they have to cash it in on just the WWE. But we still don't know if you can cash it in and get both. I hope not. I don't want a cash-in to be how Roman's title reign comes to an end. So I hope not. Jay Cargill goes down. What other wrestling YouTube personality could you see beating in a celeb boxing match? I don't know any, dude. I don't watch. I don't tend to watch other YouTube celebrity personalities, so I honestly can't say. All of them. I'll smash them all. Smash them all at the same time. To be honest, out of any that I do know, the only one that I'd be a bit like, don't fancy that, would be Simon Miller. Because he's, not only is he like huge, but I know, and I have actually seen his channel where he talks about fitness. And he comes across like a really nice guy. Comes across like a really nice guy. So I got time for him. Not that I haven't got time for any of the others. I don't watch like Wrestle Talk or Cultaholic or What's Culture. I used to, but to be honest, when I used to watch, I didn't have like a YouTube channel of my own. So now I've got like less time. And when you do have less time, you tend to try and like find stuff that you can talk about on the streams. And a lot of that information that they get just comes from Meltzer and it comes from Sean Ross Sapp. And you know what I mean? It comes from those places. So I sort of don't feel like I need to watch their take on the same news that we see, if you know what I mean. So no shade. I just don't watch. But yeah, for the record, in case anyone asks, I'd smash them all. Line them up. Line them up. I'll smash them all, and they can acknowledge me. Hustle for Love said, thanks for Rampage, Tony Khan. I'll pass that over, dudes. I'll pass that over. I know Tony. Send him a tweet. Let him know that you say thanks. James said, I don't need to do boxing, and it would still only take one punch. Yeah. Huff said, you'd smash Simon Miller and make him acknowledge you. Yeah. Although, for the records, I think he's pretty cool. Just in case anyone wants to go clipping any of this and, causing trouble. I do like it. I do watch his fitness channel from time to time as well. So Jay Cargill has won. She's now 33-0. Double underhook facebuster. That's a pedigree, said List of Jericho. She hit a pedigree. Are you triple? Are you triple? Are you Triple H in disguise? Are you Triple H in disguise? Right, we got Athena hitting the Eclipse. Big boot by Jade. Athena goes down. She got booted in the face. Who's coming down? Who's that? Statlander. Statlander came running down. Smile on her face. Willow being checked on. Athena being checked on. Statlander. Jade holding up that TBS championship. Satnam Singh. Roman Brock at SummerSlam. WWE confirmed it. Last man standing, says Michael. Do you think Tony beats Thunder Rosa at Forbidden Door? I don't think so. Just because she's not had it for the longest of time, and she's not faced loads of people, so I don't think they'll take it off her yet. Edward, how would it feel to get knocked out by someone double your age? Asks James. He'll find out soon enough, won't he, James? When you smash him. I reckon the odds would be minus 450 on James Chadwick winning, and I think plus 350 for Edwards if they actually faced in real life. Heavy James, the heavy favourite Chadwick. Maldy said, I'm challenging you, me versus you in a sword fight. But not that sword. Oh. Sorry, mate. Unless you're on IndianDating.com, I'm not interested. Junior said, last man standing, Money in the Bank winner is cashing in. Big Time Baxter said, surely now fans who thought, with Steph in charge, that Vince is out of creative because Brock versus Roman couldn't be any more Vince. That's a really good point. Imagine Steph takes over and the first thing she does is she's like, I really want Brock versus Roman. And that's the first thing that she asks for. I really want Brock versus Roman. We've already done it. Yeah, but I want it again. Oh my God. Yeah, it's true. Did you see Meltzer on CNN talking about Vince? He can't even find a decent camera angle. No, I do want to watch it. I mean, I couldn't because actually we went live as soon as he went live on CNN. So, no, I wasn't able to watch it. But I'm sure the clips will be doing the rounds. Do you think when Jade gets the AEW women's belt, they will give her the Britt Baker treatment? Yeah, I think they're quite good at like sticking with their champions. I mean, there's only been so many AEW champions. There's only been so many AEW women's champions. I know the TNT belt gets passed around a little bit, and maybe the tag belts, maybe. But by and large, I mean, they don't tend to hotshot titles too much. So, yeah, I reckon when Jade gets up there, she'll keep it for quite a while. Edward said, Days, here's easy work. I eat, sleep, box, and repeat. Edward, I saw your shadow boxing on the web, says Mouldy Spoon. I'm back in James Chadwick. Yes. Jangaden said, did people not read Vince is still in charge of creative? Yeah, I think the point was if people thought that, you know, if that was just like, you know, not true, if he had really gone, they're just saying he's in charge, then this is a certain way of confirming that he is. Did you know Vince creative even though he stepped down as CEO? Yes. Edward said it'd be a sparring session for me. James said Edward eats, sleep, boxing, and I just eat and sleep, and I'll still knock him out. Yeah. Make him humble. There's not many people streams that I watch from the start to finish, but this community is top notch, says Hoff Sports Media. Thank you for the entertainment. Help me find my love of wrestling again. Well, now that you're back in wrestling and you found that love for wrestling, what a better time than to take away Cody Rhodes, take away CM Punk, take away Randy Orton, have Vince McMahon pay hush money for an affair that he was having, have Sasha Banks get disheartened by how she was being used to the point where she walks out, and now we're just waiting for confirmation that she's been released. I certainly feel like all of this. Oh, and Jeff Hardy driving under the influence. It's a good job. I hope your passion for wrestling is strong, because flippity-doo-dah, there's some pretty awful stories doing the rounds at the moment. But yeah, certainly it's an interesting time. Max said, I love WWE and I'm new to AEW and it's refreshing. That's good. That's good. Jeremy said Forbidden Door is crazy. Dynamite is going to be crazy. FTR versus Cobb and Khan versus Roppongi Vice for Ring of Honor. IWGP and AAA winner take all. Days, please tell me what a trout slapper Google doesn't know. I don't know, to be honest. I don't know that I've heard that. I feel like it's probably derogatory, but not saying I've ever encountered. If Google doesn't know, then maybe it's a term you've made up. Maybe it's a term that you and your friends use. Night on the town, slap a few trouts. I don't know what you do in your spare time. What are your thoughts about Roman Brock going around again? And honest thoughts on the Vince segment, says Toxplicity. So, Roman Brock is... I think Brock coming back was an exciting moment. And he is a massive star. I would, if given the choice, though, prefer a different feud. Because we've seen Roman Brock. So, my honest thoughts are I would prefer something different. But I think that Brock's a real credible opponent to push Roman to his breaking point, to his absolute limit. And then I do agree with the chat. Maybe it's the perfect moment for the cash-in. So if Roman's not going to be at Money in the Bank, so whoever wins Money in the Bank can't cash in at Money in the Bank, the next pay-per-view after that would be SummerSlam. So it sort of feels like Roman and Brock have a match. I think Roman retains, pushes him to his limit. I think the bigger story is what happens after, which I think could be the cash-in. I agree with the chat. So, people saying Heist of the Century 2.0, Seth Rollins cashing in. I think SummerSlam's going to give you a big talking point. I can see that. Yeah, I can see that. So, that's my thoughts. I would take something different, but I don't know, maybe there's not many exciting options out there. Brock's a big deal. Certainly going to help the SummerSlam ratings, so I get it. And I can't remember the other part. What was the other part? Vince's segment. Vince, I think it was done for a few different reasons, and we've kind of spoke about it quite a few times, but I think what it has achieved is it will have bumped tonight's ratings. I think it will have shown that Vince is not scared. He's not concerned. I think, there can be an image that's put out there of Vince kind of having to now go away and deal with this and go into hiding type thing. And, Vince is not hiding. Vince is showing the world that he is fine. He's talking about, welcome to SmackDown. He's talking about the then, now, forever together. And, for them, it's more than just a signature. And, I mean, look, people, I think, tuned in for something more than that, which is totally understandable. Totally understandable. I expected more. I expected it to be him handing over to Steph. That's what I expected. But, so, yeah, him coming out and just it being that short was, quite crazy. But there's reasons as to why you would do it. And one of them, as we said, is to get that kind of message out there that I'm not in hiding. I'm not scared. I'm not afraid. I'm not cowering in a corner. Here I am, world. Do you know what I mean? And I think it's definitely achieved that. The other, is a good point in the chat as well. I mean, when you hear about Vince being having an alleged affair and all that kind of stuff, I mean, he's just gone out and opened the show and come out to a really positive reaction. Now, some of it, I'm sure, could be fake crowd noises. But you could see in the background people were, pleased to see him. So he's kind of portraying that, he's not scared, he's got support, and, all of that, and a little bump for the ratings. And potentially, it's got people, when you talk about Vince, people will be like, oh, did you see him on SmackDown? Rather than just, oh, did you hear about his affair? So, yeah, it served a few purposes. That's my honest thought. Right, we are underway with Darby against Bobby Fish. Dazed and confused, loves WWE. Maybe you should try a healthy diet of real wrestling, AEW, and stop pretending you enjoy the show. What, enjoy WWE? I do enjoy it. Gunther, brilliant. Roman, Riddle tonight, great. Brock coming back, great. Listen, if you enjoy AEW, fair enough. It's perfectly fine to watch AEW. Do you know what? It's possible. It's possible to watch AEW and never mention WWE. It's possible. There's a lot of people out there that can't do it, but it's possible. You don't even need to mention that people are ex-WWE. Don't even need to mention that. You can just be like, oh, I like this Athena, or I'm excited about this Athena. Oh, I like this Miro. You don't even need to mention WWE. Just saying. Maybe that's a lesson Tony should have learnt a long time ago. Rather than trying to force this into being a war and try and, fuel that kind of divide amongst the fan base. Which I do think has largely been driven by AEW. But, there's no denying that WWE have fired shots as well. No denying that. But I think if you enjoy AEW, watch AEW. If you enjoy WWE, watch WWE. If you enjoy both, guess what? Watch both. And if you don't like either, what are you doing here? What are you doing here? You're welcome, though. We are on the outside as big shots are raining in. William said, I follow individuals, not programs. Yeah, but you have been warned about that. And there is also that restraining order. So you do actually need to stop doing that. Just saying. Just saying, you do need to stop following people. Like, I do get what your message is, and I do understand your point, but it is a little bit much. Do you know what I mean? Dragon screw into the railings. James said, imagine if it's possible to watch all wrestling companies without acting like a douche. I don't think I think is something that large swathes of hardcore wrestling fans would struggle with. I do get it in one regard. In the case of like AEW want to, they offer a different product and they want to get the message out that they're better than WWE. But I just honestly see them as a different product. I see them as catering to a different audience, trying to achieve different things. I really think that if WWE wanted to go toe-to-toe with AEW and put out a similar kind of product, they absolutely could. But that's just not where their focus is at. I really don't think they're like really as interested in the older demo as what AEW are. I think Vince has got a long history of kind of going for that younger audience, kind of going for kids. Because he's clever, man. He knows if you get the kids, they stick with you. I mean, I'm sure a lot of us got into WWE as children, and you stick with it. I mean, yeah, they lose people along the way, of course they do, but there's a good chance you'll stick with it. I did. And I'm sure many of you did as well. Nostalgia. It's a powerful thing. If you can get people to think fondly about their youth and Undertaker and Shawn and, Kane and Stone Cold and The Rock and Hogan and Warrior and Bret Hart. It's very powerful. It gets even if the show isn't quite where you want it to be, it can just keep you coming back. Right, we've got 9 minutes to go. Carl said, I think trash talking other companies is fine. Both companies are about their talent trash talking, so why not do it for another company? I think it's because you can trash talk in your own company because it'll lead to something. So, if wrestlers in WWE trash talk each other, it's probably because they're building towards a match. Do you know what I mean? It's probably because they're trying to build a story, a conflict that needs to be resolved. And with these companies trash talking each other, there can't be any resolution. You're never going to resolve it. Unless you're going to do a pay-per-view where it's WWE, AEW, and someone wins the pay-per-view and gets bragging rights, it won't ever get resolved. All you're actually doing is firing up the fan bases. The more AEW lay into WWE and make it kind of cool and acceptable to lay into WWE, the more their fan base will continue to do that and engage in that and think that that's fine. And vice versa, if WWE lays into AEW and people see the wrestlers doing that on Twitter and think that that is acceptable, then they will continue to do that. I've said before, AEW could have started and could have been very respectful to WWE. They could have started and been like, listen, we've got nothing but respect for WWE. We want to see WWE thrive, because if WWE thrives, we all thrive. WWE is the market leader, and if people see the market leader thriving, that's only going to be great for all of us. Other promotions that are out there, and we would love to work with WWE at some time, but right now that doesn't feel possible. But nothing but respect. And they absolutely could have gone down those roads. And, I think a lot of the toxicity would have come out of this if they had. They didn't. They absolutely went the other way, with thrones being destroyed and comments being made and a lot being driven by Tony as well on Twitter. So I can't say that I'm blaming the higher ups at AEW solely for this, because definitely there was things that WWE did as well, but I do think that they made a conscious decision. I think it was a conscious decision to position themselves as the anti-WWE and to be anti-sports entertainment. And I think they were hoping that all of those lapsed WWE fans would go to them. And it's not happened. I mean, they're about 900,000. And it's a perfectly acceptable number, and they're a thriving, very strong company. But it's not moving, is it? I mean, it's sticking at about 900,000 for Dynamite. And I think the reason they positioned themselves that way is I think they thought all those, dare I say, millions of people that left WWE because the product didn't reflect what they wanted would now watch this because this is more in line with what a lot of those fans want. But for whatever reason, it's not worked. I don't know if people have just moved on, or maybe they haven't even heard about AEW. I don't know. But that was a conscious decision by AEW to do that. We got Bobby Fish spilling to the outside. Do you think Vince will pull the trigger and give Drew his moment in the UK? I think there is a chance. Yeah, I mean, it's not the way I would go. And I'm sat here in England, right on the border of Wales. I think that this Roman story is very special. I think this Roman title reign is very special. And Drew's not the worst to end it. But I don't think he's the best either. His something about him that's not right. I don't know what it is, but his title reigns were fine, but not exceptional. His promos come across as a bit snidey. I don't know. I feel like Drew would make a great heel, to be honest. I can't find a way of connecting with him, and I really want to. But I can't say him being the one to beat Roman would be the way I would go. There'd be loads of people that would think that's the right thing to do, and time would tell if it is or if it isn't. But I think there could be some better alternatives. Cody, for starters, feels like the person that it should be. Feels like Cody is the one. But maybe Drew gets one belt and Cody gets the other. But then saying that, who gets Money in the Bank? Do you know what I mean? Like, Money in the Bank, you would think would get one as well. Unless Drew wins and then they cash in on Drew. Think about that. What if Drew actually beats Roman and they cash in on Drew? That way Roman can continue forward, not having to worry about Money in the Bank, having lost his WWE, but he's still got the Universal. So of a run, said Oration Mind. Didn't H say they would buy AEW just to fire them? Yep, he called them a P-Ant company as well. I don't know if he said he'd buy them to fire them, but that's what I remember him saying. He called them a P-Ant company at the Hall of Fame. So, yeah, as I say, you know, it goes both ways. But that wasn't like the first thing that was said. That's just part of the back and forth that was going on between them. Darby pins Bobby Fish. Brian said, if you were held at gunpoint and had to choose, would you rather listen to Seth's cackle for 24 hours or work in the chaos that is WWE? Oh, easily work in WWE. Easy. That'd be amazing, wouldn't it, working in WWE? If you went and worked for WWE, first thing, no sympathy for you if you get fired, and that would count for me as well. If I went to work for WWE, you got to know you're going to get fired at any time. So, fine. I'd accept that. I'd imagine the pay is quite good. And I don't know what you'd be doing, but, God, I'd imagine every day would be quite exciting. Do you know what I mean? Getting up, going, what's going to happen today? Sting, lights went out, came back on. Sting is at ringside. Kyle O'Reilly tries to hit Sting with a chair, and he gets a baseball bat to the balls. I'm going to say balls. I said balls. Chair being handed to Darby Allin, who smacks it into the leg of Bobby Fish. Roman's run seems forced by a guy in Vince who is infatuated, says Erasure Minds. You can say that about a lot of great runs, though. I mean, like, Hulk Hogan's run was forced by a guy that was infatuated in him in Vince, but it's still regarded as a legendary title run, that Hulkamania run. This is like the Tribal Chief Roman run, isn't it? AEW do love the lights out, lights on bit. Does Money in the Bank only allow for cashing on one belt? We don't know. Don't know. Need some clarity on it. William, shout out to you. Hustle for Love said Omega was the face and still is when he returns. Favourite ladder match? I liked take Jeff Hardy 2003 and Money in the Bank from WrestleMania 21. I would have to go Shawn Razor, to be honest. I know it's like super obvious, super boring, hate saying it, but I just think that was the first one that I had ever seen. It was one of those matches that really, it's so hard to explain, like, the impact that it had, because I had never seen anything like it before. And there was one before that. We spoke about that as well. There was actually, that's not the first one. The first one in WWE was actually done on like a Superstars, and it was Bret Hart versus Shawn Michaels. And Bret basically used it as a way to show Vince what was possible, and it happened in 1992. So it happened when Bret was the Intercontinental Champion, so it happened before that SummerSlam match in 92. So if you think that WrestleMania 10 is 1994, it's pretty cool to think that there was actually a ladder match in WWE like 2 years earlier, almost 2 years earlier. But it was the first time I never saw that. The first one I saw was the one at WrestleMania 10. And a lot of people say that the rematch is just as good, but I don't think it is. To be honest, I do like the rematch they have at SummerSlam. Is it 95? Shawn and Razor have a rematch at SummerSlam, but I think it's considerably less than the WrestleMania 10 one. The WrestleMania 10 one I thought was brilliant. So, yeah, I'd go with that. But, I mean, Jeff Hardy, Undertaker, fantastic. All of those early Money in the Banks. I mean, all those early Money in the Banks are so incredible, and they, just go on to spurn it as its own pay-per-view show. So, yeah, no disagreements from me. But if I had to pick one, I'd go for that. Sean Ross Sapp has confirmed Roman Orton was the plan for SummerSlam. Brock matches plan B now that Randy needs surgery. His return was planned 3 weeks ago, but not for this. Interesting. Hulkamania existed before WWF Vern Gagne in AWA. True. But that's not what people are going to know it as, are they? If we look at that 84 to 88 run, that is the Hulkamania run. Like, him being in AWA and being with Vern Gagne after leaving WWF for the first time. I mean, you've got to be a hardcore wrestling fan to even know of that, so. Connor said, WWE pays referee $5,000 per match. Do they? $5,000 a match? I find that hard to believe. They pay them $5,000 a match. I mean, how many matches would Jessica Carr have? I don't know. I mean, like, say she has, does 3 matches a week. That's $15,000 a week. So that means that she would be on $60,000 a month. Which means, she wouldn't. Because she would be on like $720,000 a year. Maybe if it was $5,000 a week, she'd be on. If she was on $5,000 a week, that would mean that she's on $20,000 a month, which means that she would be on. Even that's high. But I could believe that more because she would be on $240,000, and I think that main roster contracts are about $250,000. So that would make more sense for her to be. I could see the refs being on $250,000 a year. Who knows? For some of those refs that have been around a bit longer, maybe they've got a little bit of more in their pay. But I could believe it being more that it's $5,000 a week rather than $5,000 a match. Because some of the refs do multiple matches on SmackDown and Raw. I hate to keep asking, but where are you in the Cornette Omnibus? I hope you enjoyed the Randy Hogan story. Look out for it. I haven't listened to any more, to be honest, but it's about 5 hours long, isn't it? So I've got about an hour in. But I do love all of that history stuff. I mean, I've always enjoyed Jim Cornette for that, so it's one that I will continue to keep returning to, but I can't say it's one that I'm necessarily, spending each day chipping my way through. Certainly not with all the news that's happening at the moment. Hulk was fired by McMahon Sr. for doing Rocky 3. That's true. Do you think WWE was concerned at how AEW's ratings would look? I don't know. I think they probably were a bit concerned about the ratings. Because I'm sure they do look at, what's happening with Dynamite and all of that. But I would imagine they look more at how their ratings have gone for them on Raw and NXT rather than what Dynamite has done. But I'm sure they do, keep a close eye on it. But, I think they will have been aware of that. But I don't know that that's why Brock was here. I've got a feeling Brock was here more to, have that big moment, big talking point, so that, you know, people aren't just... It muddies the waters, you know. I mean, you've got lots of conversations happening about Sasha. You've got lots of conversations happening about Steph being the new CEO. You know, it's not even like Vince has stepped aside and we don't know the replacement. Like, there's a lot of talk about, like, Steph being, like, the new interim CEO and what changes that could bring. Like, there's a lot of conversations going on tonight in the world of wrestling. And, yeah, undeniably, the Vince one is still the biggest, but it's just one of several that's being had. And Brock returning and facing Roman at SummerSlam and it being announced today of all days feels very interesting. And maybe it was planned, maybe it wasn't planned, but it is very interesting timing. I think we can agree with that. Justin said refs are on salary with some going to 250. New refs get 50 to 80. That's interesting. I can believe that they go up to 250. I can believe that. Because I think the starting contract for talent is 250. So I'd imagine refs would be about... Not as big as, like, you know, the millions. You just don't need to spend that on a referee. But I could imagine that they are at least getting up to what a starting contract for talent would be. So if you're telling me it's 50 to 80 for a ref going up to 250, that makes sense. I wish it was Triple H taking over, said Super Juggernaut. Did you know Dexter Lumis is now in NWA? Thoughts? He came from there. He used to be called Sam Shaw, I think it was. I think that was his name, Sam Shaw. I saw some shows that he was on, and he went to NXT. And then, so if he's gone back there now, then cool. Shame he hasn't gone anywhere bigger. Shame he hasn't taken, like, another step, like, kind of forward. Could have gone from NXT to AEW. That would have been a step forwards. Or New Japan. That would have been a step forwards. But, yeah, NWA, I mean, like, he's got a great relationship with Nick Aldis. So it makes sense. Do you think Darby Allin will become an AEW champion one day? Yes, I do. I do. Rob said, if Tommy can't do the watch long, can we have William do it? I promise it won't get shut down. Dude, I would shut it down. Yeah, we do need to just quickly mention that. It's not confirmed yet. But I've got a big problem. My big problem is that when Money in the Bank happens, we've got a big UFC show the same night. It's actually, the UFC show is actually the biggest show of the year. Maybe the second biggest after the one they do about, like, end of the year. There's one in December that's always massive. But this is the one that's got the International Fan Fest. And it's the big kind of show, really. It's their big pay-per-view. So, yeah, Money in the Bank watch-along is still going to happen, but it'll happen over on the Wrestling Escape Pod channel. It'll happen on a different channel. It won't be on this channel. But I need to just see if Tommy's going to confirm that he's able to do it, and then we'll get the ball rolling. So I'll know Tuesday. But I feel pretty good. I mean, he has not got in touch with me to say that he can't do it. And I'm pretty sure if it was a no, he would drop me a message going, dude, I'm going to let you know now, I actually can't do it. He hasn't said that. So I'm 90% certain, if not a bit more, it's going to happen. And it's going to happen over on the Wrestling Escape Pod channel. How lucky is Jeff Hardy that bigger news is breaking? Yeah. Lucky. I mean, I don't know how long we would have dwelled on it, to be honest, anyway. I mean, it's bad news. He's been suspended. It kind of feels like that would have played out naturally anyway after a little while, but maybe it wouldn't have played out quite as quick as what it has now that all of this has come out. So, yeah, big news. Days feel down. Get a shout out, Edwards. Shout out to you. Right, we're done. That's 5 hours. Just over 5 hours of streaming for this, but so much to talk about. I know we did cover many things multiple times, but I'm sure you more than understand that there is so much to talk about and so much to go through, and people joining us at various different stages all throughout, that we did end up kind of repeating ourselves quite a bit. But yeah, look, I hope you found it insightful. I hope you were able to get your points across. I hope we was able to talk about everything that you wanted to talk about. And hope you enjoyed it. And don't forget, we are back on this channel tomorrow for UFC. And we will be back as well on Monday for, what is going to be another big show. Obviously, by the time we get to Monday, there's going to be flipping even more info and things confirmed. So we'll see what happens on Monday with the Raw stream. But a big shout out to everyone that joined us tonight. Really appreciate the support as always. And hopefully, I'll see you again next time. Bye for now.